We've come to free your mind, so you can find the key to live a life sublime. You give all you can give and live your life like it's a gift. If you wanna find your place, you got to leave your space. Cause that's the only way you're gonna elevate. Yeah, you gotta hold the line till it's showtime. Yeah, and just let your spirit shine. Well, sometimes there ain't no easy way to say all the things that we need to say. And we spend so much time looking for the easy road when all we need is right there in our soul. Say what good is life if all you do is hide? Oh yeah, you gotta shine your light for the world to see. And let everything be what it's gonna be. Yeah, listen to your voice and make up your choice. And just let your spirit shine. Well, sometimes there ain't no easy way to say all the things that we need to say. We spend so much time looking for the easy road when all we need is right there in our soul. You gotta let your, oh, you gotta let your, say you gotta let your, you gotta let your spirit, you gotta let your, oh, you gotta let your spirit rise.
Weekend is gone, I'm far beyond my wishes. We took our surfboards down to the shore of wonder. 7 days in the deep sea, I'm free like a gypsy going wild. Weekend is gone, but I can't forget the feeling. How brave we were, beyond ourselves, joining forces.
Take me home to the sea where I feel alive. Always try to face fear, it's getting dark. Sea of child getting what I can do when I ride to the bus. I can stop the ocean, calls me back.
7 waves in the deep sea, I'm free like a gypsy. 7 waves in the deep sea, I'm free like a gypsy. Going wild. 7 waves in the deep sea, I'm free like a gypsy. Going wild.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree, there's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon. When it rains, it pours. hope you find me. I'll be back home soon. When the sun rises, when the sun
for the GoPro Experience 2025. Are you ready? Please welcome to the stage the one and only Marina Worre.
Hello. How is everybody? How are you guys doing? Are you excited? I'm so excited. Listen, this is going to be the most amazing, the most transformational event we've ever done. Have you thought about it that this is actually the 16th year? I already see some faces in the room, but who has been with us since day one? Who've been at the first event? This guy attended every single GoPro, and he has been at the first one we did 16 years ago. This is, honestly, it's so mind-blowing to me because, I don't know, it's just like so many emotions, so many transformations happened during this entire time. I don't know, like, I think the entire generation of network marketing professionals and legends were born during this time from people who attended this event and all the other things that we do. You know, it started with a small idea, right? Eric has an idea, and with a little flip cam 17 years ago, and then we started doing this event with 200 people at the first one, and then, 16 years later, hundreds of thousands of people went through this event, and impact that they created is millions and millions of people. So I know we have so much fun stuff for you, so I wish I could tell you everything, but I don't want to spoil anything. So before I bring my amazing husband, who's going to kick off this event, I want to bring another gentleman. He will be helping me emceeing this event. So, because like I said, you know what? I'm always the last one. I want to start the event. I want to be part of it from the beginning. So here I am. And the good thing, nobody can say no because I'm the one, who can say, it's like, all right, this girl going to go on stage for whatever she wants. And Eric graciously agreed with me because it's still his event. But so to bring up another amazing man who's going to help me host this event, and some of you know him, some of you heard of him. He's an amazing, brilliant speaker. He's a transformational, I think, one of the best marketing minds in the world. He spoke on so many stages. He put a lot of stages. He worked with amazing people like Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi, Russell Brunson, and I mean, you name it. John Maxwell, the list goes on and on and on. So please help me welcome amazing Pete Vargas.
How you guys doing? Now, first off, when Marina came up, we got to redo this. Like, the energy in here sets the energy across the world. Do you realize that? The energy in here sets the energy across the world. And when Marina came up, there were like some of you standing up, some of you clapping. Let's try this again, okay? Because I want you to be the lead domino for the hundreds of countries that are here. Welcome to the stage, Marina Worre! Okay, that's better. Can we pick that energy up? Can we build it throughout the course of the few days? I'm excited because Eric and Marina, we've got to design events for the biggest names in the world. Tony, Grant Cardone, John Maxwell, the Worres. And they came and they said, Pete, we want this to be a transformational event. Transformational. I'm just curious. Online, we want to see it like fast. Where are you chiming in from? What nation are you chiming in from? Will you type it in the chat? We want to see, or what state, what country. Look at that. Look at that. Colombia, Australia, Germany. That's just one of dozens and dozens of rooms. Hey, in person, can you give it up for the 50,000 people online right now? Can y'all give it up? I see Natasha, and I see Carrie Oliver. I see Leroy. I see Rodney. We got people from everywhere. Here's the thing I want you to know. I said, Eric, what is your goal? Stephen Covey principle, think with the end in mind. What is your goal? Marina, what's your goal? And they said, we want to do something we've never done at a GoPro event. People have got to become professionals. They got to become pros. They've got to become serious. They've got to understand why things are leaking and why people are leaving and why people aren't sticking and all of that. So I said, Eric, this is what I asked him. I said, Eric, what is the keys? What are the secrets to somebody becoming a professional? What are the keys? And after several meetings and several conversations, Eric got clear that if people can master 6 areas, now there's some ancillary areas like your mindset, which is in all of these, by the way. But he said, if we can master 6 areas and a person can make a decision to say, I'm all in those 6 areas, the sky's the limit. The sky's the limit for them. So I want you to know what I'm excited about over the next few days, and I'm going to ask Marina the same thing. I'm excited because you guys are going to get to understand these 2 decades of work. Do you realize y'all represent an individual company? And a lot of the times, I'm an individual business owner. And when I'm an individual business owner and I surround myself with my people and my team, please see this. We think we have all of the greatest ideas as a solo company. And then I get in the room with Grant Cardone or this business or that business or Tony Robbins or John Maxwell, and we've got 30 different people represented that represent 30 different companies. The ideas and the understanding and the wisdom blow your mind because you're not in your own silo. A lot of you represent one company. These 2 have the wisdom of hundreds of companies. Y'all get that? They are for the industry. And Eric and Marina are going to download their entire history and all of that they've learned from all of the industry to you to master 6 areas. So my intention for you this week, figure out where you're weak in those areas, figure out where you're strong in those areas, and make a decision to become a master in all 6 areas. That's my intention for you and everybody across the world. What about you, Marina?
Well, some of you heard that Eric is coming out with a new book. How many of you are excited that finally, come on, are you excited or not? Are you excited? I'm so excited. It's been 12 years in the making. So when I was working with Eric and kind of like doing a little editing with him, you heard the saying that the teacher learns the most, right? So in the research and the discovery of certain things that he wanted to put in the book, there were so many aha moments for him and I. And I said, you know what? This GoPro has to be different because of those ahas that you and I had while you were writing that book. And I want to make sure all of you see that and all of you understand that, because when Eric came up with the word profession to describe network marketing, I think it was a pivotal moment for our profession because it gave people, sense of pride, sense of being part of something, the unity, the desire to learn and grow and become a professional. So what are you going to hear throughout this entire event, what is going to come out with the book, and what are you going to learn really soon? I'm not going to reveal any secrets yet, but what you're going to learn throughout this entire event, I think it's going to be so transformational for our profession. And I truly believe they're going to be people who will say, 10 years from now, 15, 20 years from now, I was there. When that happened, I was at that GoPro. I was in the room. Those of you who are sitting here in person, you are the lucky ones who will have the ability to say, I was there. When the magic happened, when the breakthroughs happened, and the entire profession changed, I was part of it.
I love that. So here's what we want to say. Yeah, will y'all give it up for that? Yeah, you can clap for sure. Two things we want to do before we get off the stage. And so this isn't as much for the people in the room. Congratulations. Hey, online, will y'all give the love for all the people across the world who came into the room to be here? Will y'all give it up for them? Yeah, give it up for them in the chat. Yeah, give it up for them in the chat. Look at all the love. All right, online, check it out. Eric and Marina are so generous. 99% of what they give away to the world is all free. 1% is paid. 99%. So they did something crazy today. They decided to let this be streamed until lunchtime to the world. There's tens of thousands of people watching on Instagram, Facebook, and everywhere else. We want you to know that you have that till lunchtime. The crescendo picks up. I mean, it just continues to go. Like Eric kick starts it strong, and it just continues to grow, and we're gonna stop that at lunch. So we wanna encourage you to go to GoPro2025.com, GoPro2025.com to get either your $3, that's just crazy, $3 general admission ticket, or a $97 VIP virtual ticket. And I highly recommend the virtual ticket, but if y'all can put that on the screen. And Marina, for those that are the $3, we want to encourage them to upgrade. You want to just talk about that really quick?
Sure. All of you have the dashboard. So on the dashboard, click the button. You can see it on the screens. Make sure to upgrade because, I mean, yes, we went crazy because when I asked Eric, like, yes, we want to make it special. He's like, well, how about we make it $3? I was like, you crazy, man. Seriously. Like, you are crazy. But it's not because of the $3, but because you just guys have a little bit of skin in the game. But here's the thing. The magic is going to happen for everybody who decides to become a VIP at this event because there's going to be so much interactivity, the workbooks, the ability to interact with the speakers. And guess what? Those of you who are VIP and super VIPs, when the book comes out, you're going to have your signed copy of it. So that's going to be so much fun. So make sure to upgrade, and it's going to be a great event.
Last thing before we bring Mr. Eric out, and I actually want you guys to write this down too on your workbooks. I'm going to ask you 3 questions really quickly. And I actually want you to contemplate these questions. Online, these questions are in your dashboard. They're going to be on your dashboard. Get familiar with your dashboard because we can put everything there. Eric and Marina said the people who are at this event, their intention is 2026 will be the greatest year that you've ever had in your network marketing business. Anybody want that? Well, in order to get clear on that, I'm just going to ask you 3 questions. Online, I want you to write these answers in your dashboard. Nobody else sees them. They will come back to you so you see all the answers to all of your questions at the end of the weekend. Participate in the interactivity. Those in the room, write it in your workbook. Question number 1, if we want to make 2026 the greatest year of your life, question number 1, what were your revenues in your network marketing businesses in 2025? Write that number down. What were they? Online, type that. Type that. Easy question. If it's 0, put 0. How many 6-figure earners do we have in the room or online in the industry? Let me see your hands. If you're 6 figures, say it online. 6 figures, high up, hold it proud. And the rest of you that don't hold your hands up, check this out. You can either drop your head or you can look at who the 6-figure earners are because I would be networking with them. How many 7-figure earners do we have in the room and online? If you're online, put 7 figures. Look at that. Give it up for our 7-figure earners. Give it up. Second question. What is your revenues goal for 2026? And think big. Think like the Warriors. Think like the Warriors. What's your goal? When you see me around here, I'm going to ask you, Marina's going to ask you, what's your goal for 2026? Because we believe this weekend will help get you on the path to hitting that goal. And Marina, the last question, and then I'm going to turn it back over to you. And everybody online, type these in your dashboard. What are the 3 biggest obstacles or challenges that you feel that you're facing? online, if you tell us these, we can make adjustments, customize the event to the things that are the challenges you're facing. So what are the three biggest obstacles, three biggest challenges you feel like you face right now? You got those in the room? As you're writing those, Marina, I'm gonna turn it back over to you, but obviously I love you and I love Eric. Eric is the greatest trainer that exists in this industry and somebody who doesn't care just about a single company. He cares about the industry as a whole. So I'm gonna let you do the honors.
So, I honestly, the luckiest girl, seriously, because I found the man of my dreams, my soulmate, my business partner. We've been together for 17 years. Pretty much the day this entire company and this entire movement started, we've been together since day one. And the ability of him to, the desire that he has to help the entire profession, the wisdom that he learned through years of experience. He's been in this business for almost 40 years. As a top income earner, as a company owner, as a consultant, and now he's serving the entire profession for the last 17 years. So I've seen his growth. He was already on the pedestal for me, and he took it another notch, and he keeps growing, and he keeps learning. And the passion that he has, an obsession that he has about helping everybody in the world is just mind-boggling to me. So he makes me a better woman, a better business person, a better mom, a better everything. So I could not be who I am today without him. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome my amazing husband, the man, the godfather of network marketing,
What's up? Hi. How's everybody doing? Good to see you all. Have a seat. Hello, my friends at home. What's up? Do you know we have over 50,000 people watching around the world right now? Isn't that crazy? Absolutely nuts. So I'm excited to be able to spend 3 days with you, help you close out 2025, set you up for the best year ever, 2026. So I'm really, really excited about that. I know we have a lot of different countries here in this room. I was looking at the different field speakers that are going to be speaking. All of them are outside of the United States. Every single one. Different countries. We have Switzerland. We have Italy. We have Dubai. We've got Dominican Republic. We've got France. We have Guadeloupe. Wow. Portugal. We have so many. How many of you are from outside the United States? Raise your hands. Look at the room. So traveling, coming over here, I'm glad you're here. We're going to have a great time. All right? So this is important. This is, I want you to kind of step into this weekend as maybe a defining moment. And I'm a big fan of defining moments, especially in business. We have a lot of these defining moments in our life, defining moments in my business. I want you, we'll talk about that in this first session, but look back at your career to this moment. How many defining moments have you had? You know, that there was a fork in the road. It was either a yes or a no. It was right or a left. It was saying yes to a meeting or no to a meeting that ended up being a defining moment. You just don't know where they are. But I'm going to talk a bit about some of the defining moments that have happened for me. I want you to think about defining moments that happened for you, okay? One, they're important to be able to recognize. Two, they're an excellent tool to teach, to be able to share those as you move forward in the future. So let me brag on network marketing first. How many of you are fans of this profession we call network marketing? Raise your hands. Yes, I'm a fan, you're a fan. Let's talk about numbers. Let's talk about numbers. There are approximately 100 million people participating around the world. 100 million participants, right? It's a lot of people. 100 million people saying, yes, I'm in network marketing. Collectively, they do approximately $200 billion in sales. All of these are approximates. I rounded these numbers. About $200 billion US dollars in revenue. You take the average commission payout, call it 40%. Okay? They say it's 35 to 45 if you take a percentage of revenue. But if you call it 40%, that's 80 billion a year. Divide 80 billion by 365 days, that adds up to over $200 million every day. 200 million today, 200 million tomorrow. To somebody just like you. 200 million the next day. Every 5 days, $1 billion is being paid out to independent distributors working from themselves, mostly from home. Who has that? You look at all the benefits, right? It's so unique to be able to not just have income, but leveraged income. The ability to not have 100% of your income coming from you, which most small businesses, you are the business. How many of you have ever been in business for yourselves before, prior to network marketing, or outside of network marketing? How many of you were the business? You're the business most of the time. Sometimes you get to leverage, a lot of times you don't. You pull you out. Most small business can't be sold. You know why? You can't sell yourself. The business without you doesn't have as much value, right? So being able to create leverage, being able to work towards time freedom, financial freedom, choices, options, all of these things that I love. Let me share with you some things that, like my favorite things about network marketing. And I'll have some of you think about some of yours and maybe put into the comments. Those of you watching from home, if you do upgrade to VIP, it's totally your choice. I wanted this to be available for every single one of your people on your team, so money was not an option. That's why we made the $3 thing. But I will tell you, if you want to really participate, we're going to have breakout sessions. We're going to put you into small groups. You can participate in the chat, put you up on the wall. Love to be able to interact with you. So if you feel like that's an option at any point during the weekend, great. Another thing, let me just say this now. Everybody watching, take a minute in the next 30 minutes and text 5 friends and say, you should be here. Send them a link, GoPro2025.com, $3, anytime during this weekend. Even if they attended the last hour of the last day, it would be worth the $3. If I've got something going on Saturday afternoon, you still got the rest of the 3 days. So if everybody that's online right now gets one friend, we have 100,000. Everybody gets 2 friends, we have 200,000. No, 150,000. See, you don't even have to do math to be able to succeed with this. But let me tell you why I love network marketing. And it's a love-hate sometimes. The first thing that I love is the low price of entry. It makes it available. Like a $3 ticket to a GoPro event, network marketing is available to everybody. I mean, how much does it cost? What's the minimum it takes to join your business? How about you? What's the minimum? $150. What's your minimum? $34.95. What's your minimum? $23. I mean, come on. To be in business, what's your minimum? $0. Now, here's why it's a love-hate. When the price of entry is low, the price of exit is what? Low. It doesn't take much when the risk that you've put into the game is like lunch. So it's like, somebody hurt my feelings, or it was harder than I thought. I'm going to not do this anymore. I mean, it doesn't take much. On some days, I wish we charged $100,000 to participate with your same product and your same opportunity. and you had to get the 100,000 back. We're sending our son to college. It's about $80,000 a year, all in, right? $320,000. And we keep reminding him how lucky he is not to have student debt at the end of this equation, because most of his friends have a bunch of student debt that are going to be sitting over their neck for a long time. But price of entry versus, are you going to finish that degree? I hope so. Do you have some commitment in order, like most people who finish their college degree, now they got to go earn the money in order to be able to pay back the loan and then start their life. Same thing's true in a small business. A small business person, on average, here in the United States, it's around $50,000 US to start a traditional business. So, and where's that money come from? Friends, family, credit cards, debt in some form, their life savings. They risk their career. They jump off the cliff. They hope this idea works. Many times it doesn't, but they stick more than a network marketer sticks because, why? They got 50,000 reasons to work when it's not fun. They borrowed from all their friends and family. Now they got to go to Thanksgiving and hang out with friends and family and say, how's our investment doing? Well, not so easy. So low price of entry is a blessing, but we got to get clear in our heads that we have to teach people to make up in lack of investment. They have to make up in commitment. They don't have to invest $50,000 cash, but they have to invest $50,000 effort on average before they can have any expectation. So this is a little bit on us, and we're going to talk about that this morning. So low price of entry. Next thing that I'm grateful for is it's learnable. You can learn this. Some businesses you can't learn. I was listening last night to the NVIDIA CEO being interviewed by Joe Rogan. What a story. Oh my God. If you want to listen to a podcast, listen to that one. Unbelievable story. But could I learn how to be able to create superconductor AI chips? Probably not. But I can learn how to find people. I can learn how to talk to people. I can learn how to invite people to take a look at some third-party tool. I can learn how to get somebody to attend an event. I could learn, right? I can learn the fundamentals. And if I learn the fundamentals, guess what? And the thing that I was so grateful for, not only could I learn it, it would wait for me to learn it. It wouldn't kick me out. And if this was a job, if network marketing was a job, I'd have been fired like 15 times in my first 3 years. They just said, kid, this is not for you. You got to go find something else if it was a job. I'm grateful that it wasn't a job because it would wait for me. And it did. It just patiently sat there and waited for me to become what I needed to become, eventually to learn it. 3, it's flexible. People don't have to risk their whole lives. They don't have to risk their families. They don't have to borrow everything. They don't have to put themselves in debt. They don't have to walk away from their jobs. Single moms can participate, as you well know. People can find ways to be able to fit this into I don't care how busy your life is, there's a way for you to integrate a network marketing career into no matter how busy your life is. Matter of fact, the busiest people you know are your best prospects. You know who's not so good? People who have all the time in the world. You go talk to somebody who's got all the time in the world, they'll take forever to do anything. Get somebody who's super busy, juggling 20 balls in the air at the same time, and they start a network marketing business, guess what? Very quickly, they can start building something. So it's flexible. 4th is it's fair. It's fair. Male, female, old, young, color of skin, background, experience, education, none of that stuff matters. The only thing that matters is, can you produce? The company little computer system just calculates revenue. Did you produce? Pay them. They don't say, wait a minute, do they have a degree? We can't pay them. They don't have a degree. Sorry. Do they care about seniority? Oh, you've been involved longer. Nobody cares if somebody's been involved longer. You know how amazing that is for people? You know how many of you have ever been treated unfairly in the workplace? Raise your hands. How annoying is that? To have merit not matter. It's one of the worst feelings in the world. You can't get seniority on somebody who's been there 15 minutes longer than you. So when layoffs come, you're first in line, even if you're 3 times more valuable. What? How does that make sense? But network marketing is fair. There's so much support available, almost too much. From the company, from the field, in every direction. There's tools, there's events, there's training, there's systems, there's encouragement, there's a pat on the back, there's a hug, there's a kick in the pants. There's all kinds of support in so many directions. When you started your typical small business, how much support did you have? You were the support. There's nobody to talk to. Would your competitors give you any secrets? No. Why? Why would they do that? Here, people who are actually your competitors are open to it, let alone the people who have a vested interest. So here, when I say support is available, support is not a guarantee. So if any of you are annoyed that somebody else seems to have more support because their upline's amazing. My upline kind of disappeared pretty quick after I got involved, but support is available. Sometimes you have to go search. You got to go find it. Sometimes it's in your cross line. Sometimes it's observation of somebody else doing something on the other side of the world. Sometimes you got to get in the car or get on an airplane. You need to go get the information. You need to get a mentor. You need to get a coach. You need to have somebody help you in order to be able to, to access it all, but you can go get it. I learned how to earn my way into getting support instead of demanding it. At the beginning, I was very offended, right? When I was young, very offended. My upline, they're making all this money. I was calculating how much money they were making on me. Well, this month they made this much. They won't even return my phone call. So offended. Then I learned I could either be offended or I could build a business. And I can go get the secrets. They don't have to share them with me. Like Sam Walton really enjoyed the retail business. You know why? The guy who created Walmart. He could walk into any retail store and reverse engineer everything that was working. He could just walk through the store, walk every aisle. And there was a story about him and they walked through some grocery store, and he was looking for ideas for how to make his Walmart stores better. And the grocery store was a disaster, and his CEO or his COO was with him. They walked out and said, wow, that was a disaster. He says, yes, but did you see the cheese display? They nailed it. That little idea, I got it. That's all I needed from that store. The next one had a greeter. And he went, a greeter. Wow, you see like a Costco now? Or, the Walmarts now with the greeters? Where did that come from? An observation. So you can observe anything. And the great thing for me is nobody can stop you. You can go get the support. Okay, so that's number 5. Number 6, it's a leveraged opportunity. It's leveraged. Not just trading time for money. Leveraged opportunities are rare. You can drive Uber, but you can't build an army of people driving Uber and make money while they're driving and you're not. How many businesses can you really get leverage where you can pull yourself out at some point? Now, we do have a little bit of a problem. We tell people time freedom and financial freedom in the first 15 minutes. And that's not true. We all know that. We can't help ourselves. We still say it. Can you get to leverage is the question. Is it possible? You might not have a huge amount of leverage right now, this minute in your business. It still might be really driven by you, your personality, your decision, your drive, your leadership, your skills. You might not have a lot of other leaders in your organization, but you can develop them. That's what this weekend's going to be about, is you developing those leaders and creating more leverage. But in addition to these big six, one of the things that I love about our business are the intangible things. Things that don't really go on a slide and most people wouldn't understand. Those of you who are watching at home, put into the chat anything that you love about network marketing. Just throw something that you love. But friendships, think about the friendships that you have here. Community, the money, friends. You know what I appreciate most? The growth. The growth. This business will force you. It will actually force you to become a better version of yourself. If you're going to survive here, you're going to have to get better. And the greatest benefit that happened for me was not the money, and it wasn't the skills, specific skills like how to sell or how to recruit. It wasn't that. The greatest benefit was I became something. This profession forced me to become. And another job wouldn't have. I'm so grateful that somebody didn't offer me a job where I could plug in and I had benefits and I had a salary and I had all this stuff, but they didn't demand anything from me. Just do my function. Because I'd have probably stayed comfortable in that function. But this business won't. And some days it's annoying because there's a reason why they call them growing pains. For you to grow, it's not going to be comfortable. And some days we're like, can I stop growing, please? This is a little too much growth. Thank you very much. I don't need any more growth right now. I'd like a little stability and peace. Sorry. You want to get to the next level? You got to conquer the next level. You got to win. You got to beat the boss of this level to get to the next level. And it'll keep doing it over and over and over and over and over and over. You get better. And I don't think there's a better business than the business that encourages the development of human beings. It encourages the development of people. That's the best. We get people to hang around long enough, they're going to become a better version for themselves. Not just with their business, with their family, with their health, with their finances, in so many areas of their life. So, now to defining moments. I'm a big fan. In the movie Tin Cup, he said, defining moments, this moment in your life where either you define the moment or the moment defines you. So I want to share you, and for some of you who've been watching what I've talked about for the last 16 years with Network Marketing Pro, and some of you before that, you might have heard some of these stories, but I'm going to give you some of the defining moments that happened in my network marketing journey that mattered for me, okay? And I'm going to encourage you to think about defining moments that mattered for you, and you only see them looking back. You don't see them in the moment. Sometimes you know, this is a big one. Many times you don't. Do I take that meeting or not? Do I make that call or not? Do I let this circumstance crush me or not? So think about them and collect them. Write them down, even if you don't have anything to use them with yet, because they'll be very valuable as you move forward. One of them happened for me actually before I joined network marketing. A few years before, I wanted to get involved. I was involved in like musical theater, if you can imagine. So, and I grew up in the church, and my uncle was a pastor, my father was a pastor. My mom's here somewhere. Where are you, Mom? She's somewhere. Oh, there she is. She's in the back row waving. Hi, Mom. So, she'll probably remember this. That at our church, there would be some singing of songs at the beginning, and then usually they'd pass the plate for donations. And while they passed the plate, somebody would come up and sing a song. They had a little band up on stage, piano player, musical director, all this stuff. So they picked me to sing a song. Okay, I'm ready. We picked the song. I practiced and practiced and practiced and practiced and practiced 100 times, practiced, got it down. Worked with the whole musical director, everything's fine. So I want you to imagine there's 2,000 people in the church. You know, many of them family, friends. I've known them for my whole life. I walk out and I get to the microphone and I look up and my mind leaves my body completely. Has this ever happened to you? I'm just like, And the piano player starts, I can't remember a single word to the song. Nothing. He's playing the introduction, and I look over, and he's nodding. Go anytime. Go ahead. I look back. I look at him. I'm like, do I start making sounds? This is what's going on in my mind. If I make sounds, maybe I'll remember the opening line of the song, and then I'll pick it up, and it'll be great. No, that's not going to be good. I wanted to burst into tears and just run off. That's what I wanted to do. I said, that's not going to be good. This is all happening in like 30 seconds. He's playing the intro again, nodding. So here's what I did. And I don't know what caused me to do it, but here's what I did. I said, excuse me, stop. Ladies and gentlemen, I've forgotten all the words to the song. I hope you enjoy the message. Everybody, have a great Sunday. And I walked off with a big smile on my face, and I got like a half-standing ovation. Everybody was like, oh my God, that was unbelievable. Afterwards, people patted me on the back. That was the best no song ever. Unbelievable. You handled that so well. Right? I got way more encouragement than if I would have done okay singing a song. But here's what it planted in my head. If you put yourself in a potentially embarrassing situation, handle it. Just handle it. Don't treat yourself so seriously. You don't need to be grim. Just put a smile on your face. Everybody else can relate. Hey, guess what? I forgot everything. Have a great Sunday. Love you. And walk off with a smile on my face. And that set the stage to raise my risk tolerance in the future of potential embarrassment. Because if you want to succeed as a network marketing professional, you've got to get used to risk of embarrassment, risk of failure, risk of humiliation, risk of being judged, risk of people talking behind your back, risk of, and just manage it, handle it, deal with it, right? With a smile on your face. So I learned, so it planted this little seed that served me over the course of my life, and I would encourage you to be more willing to put yourself in potentially humiliating situations and deal with it, okay? So this was one defining moment. Happens when I was probably 19 years old or so. Fast forward. I'm working in real estate. This is my 18th job prior to getting involved in network marketing. I'm 23, just turned, or just about to turn 23. It's January of 1988, before some of you were born. I'm selling real estate in this little office, and my father had a partner. His name was John Joyce, and John was a mentor. John was a millionaire, And he'd taken a liking to me, and he was just always kind. He always believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. And he came to my desk in January, and the year before I'd made some money in real estate, but I hadn't saved any money for taxes, and I was a little bit in debt at the end of the year. So I had a tax bill coming up, and I was worried, trying to sell the next house, whatever. And he said, hey, I think I have a way for us to make some extra money. My friend Charlie, who's he raised Arabian horses, another millionaire, he's got something he wants to show us. We're going to go over to his house. I'm like, okay. Get in the car, drive over to their house, and I watched the most ridiculous network marketing presentation you have ever seen on film. I wish I had a copy of it to show you. It would be like what Saturday Night Live would do if they were trying to make fun of it. Everybody on this video was homeless 60 days before, and they're now making $20,000 a month. The mansions, limousines, yachts, Rolls Royces, everywhere. And hokey and corny and cheesy. But everybody's making money. I'm like, I'm looking at these successful people like, are you guys serious? It's like, no thanks, not interested. And then they said, no problem, we're going to do it anyway. I'm like, oh, my dad, John, Charlie, they said, we're going to go do it. They're all successful. I'm broke. Maybe they see something I don't. Okay, fine. So I pull my dad aside. This is January 18th, 1988. Okay? It's $5,000 to join. That might as well have been $5 million. No way. And I borrowed so much money from my parents, my mom and dad, so many times. Pulled my dad aside, said, Dad, one more time. What do you think? Maybe this could be my thing. You just never know. He took pity on me and said, okay, fine. Got to pay me back, though. Okay. So I made the decision to join. That was another defining moment, that decision. Do I do this or not? Am I going to say yes or going to say no? Now, for me, the defining moment, there was credible people in the room. If it was a bunch of kids, it was 100% no. But I was fortunate that I had credible people in the room that gave me I must be missing something. Another interesting thing happened that same day. I was walking out to the car about 20 feet in front of Charlie and John and my dad, and I heard John Joyce say to the other two, he said, you see that kid? That kid's going to do better than all of us combined. I heard it. So not only the day that I joined, don't do that to me. My guy. He's passed away, but amazing human. No more secrets. No more sliding photos up that I don't know are coming. Catch me by surprise. How many of you have somebody in your life that was like that? Anybody? Have somebody in your life that was like that, believed in you more than you believed in yourself? A coach that was tough on you, a teacher that believed in you, a friend, a mentor, a family friend? That was John. John was that for me outside of my family. I always had amazing support from my family, but John was that for me. So that day, 1, I decided to join. 2, I heard John say that kid's going to do good, and it made me want to make him not only proud, but right. I didn't want him to be wrong. I didn't want 90 days later to him say, gosh, I thought for sure the kid was going to do it. But he didn't. I'm disappointed. So I didn't want to let him down. So that was the day. And I think that there's the day things started. And you might have heard this story, but about 90 days in, this is another defining moment. I'm just walking through some of the big ones for me. There's a family friend. I went to a training. How many of you ever heard about calling your chicken list? Anybody ever heard the definition of a chicken list? Like, who are you nervous to call? Who are you scared to call? Who could you call, but you haven't called? Who's the most successful person you know? Who's a legend in your life or that you have access to some way? For me, that was a guy by the name of Wally Hilgenberg. He played middle linebacker for the Minnesota Vikings. He went to our church. He was a man's man, tough as nails, played 14 years in the NFL. I played a little bit in high school. He taught me how to play. And I just idolized the guy. And I was like, man, if Wally, my dad and my mom hadn't thought about calling him yet. So I'm like, well, I'm going to call him. And, who knows? If my hero joins, everybody, my whole business is going to change. I'll be hanging out in the Vikings locker room. This is going to be awesome. So I plan it all out. And any of you who've dated prior to texting, remember dialing 6 numbers and then hanging up? I could dial 6, no, I hang up. Dial another 6, no, hang up. So I had it all planned in my head. I was in this little real estate office. Yeah. And I waited till everybody left. I'm sitting at my little desk, and I'm going to call him. It's like 5:30 in the evening. He's probably home by now. I'm going to call him. I had it planned out in my head, what I was going to do. Like, somebody else would answer, for sure. Hello, Hilgenberg residence. I'm saying, hi, this is Eric Worre. Is Wally there? They'd say, yeah, sure, just a second. Wally, clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clop. Just one moment. Here he is. Wally would get on the phone, say, hey, Eric, how are you? And then I had my little script. I was ready with my little script. None of that occurred. He picked up on the first ring. Ring, click, hello. My mind left my body again. I didn't know what to, I'm like, hi, this is Eric Worre. Yeah, what's going on? Network marketing, this product, my dad and John Joyce are involved. You'd be amazing, by the way. Great game Sunday. And he said, Eric, stop. I'm not interested. Nobody in my family will ever be interested. In 90 days, you will not be doing this. You'll be out of this business. Do not call me at home about business. Goodbye. Click. For me, you ever have one of those moments where gravity is extra? Mushed into the ground. I was face down on the table. Then I was face down on the floor. I could tell you what the carpet looked like. Gray, nappy carpet because my face was just mushed into it. I laid there for like 10 minutes, face down, feeling sorry for myself. It sucked so bad. Because I was going to see him on Sunday. Now he's going to avoid me. Why did he tell me I was going to fail? Why did he say that? This is a guy I idolize, right? So I laid there for like 10 minutes. And then I got mad. I got really mad. Who the heck does he think he is? Somebody believed in him. When he had a dream to play in the NFL, which was super improbable, somebody believed in him. He had a coach that pushed him. He had somebody in his corner. He had somebody that would support him. He knew how scary that was for me to get on that phone. He knew it took every ounce of courage in my whole body. And he still body slammed me. So I said, the heck with that. I got up. I'm a legal pad guy. There's like 15 of them around my office. I'm constantly writing on legal pads. I wrote his name at the top of my legal pad, underlined it twice, put a star on each side. I'll be damned if he's going to be right. No shot. And guess what? He was a driver for me like I can't even tell you. Because guess what? In my 90 days, I wanted to quit a bunch of times. But every time I did, I looked at the name and I said, well, I can't do that. His pushing me in that negative way ended up being the reason why I'm standing here today. One of them. For real. Now, I don't think he was thinking that through. I think he really believed I was going to fail. I think he really didn't believe in the model. I think a whole bunch of things. But my drive to prove him wrong was way more powerful than my drive to prove John Joyce right. Maybe 10 times more. Because I wanted to stick it in his face. I really did. Just like stick it right in your face. And I got the opportunity. Like 5 years later, we're at a wedding. He knows and I know that I'm making more money than him. So satisfying. You don't need to say much when you've won. You can be very gracious. But you can let it be known, you know? But you know, one thing I didn't know at the time, you never know what's going on in somebody's life. You never know what's going on, even in Big Shot's life. You just don't know what's going on. Here's what I didn't know. 9 months before I called him, he got involved in a network marketing company. And he built a huge team. And the company went out of business 3 months later. And it damaged his reputation. He wrote every single person that joined his team a check to pay them back for the product that they bought. Because back in those days, people joined for like $5,000, $3,000, $10,000. It wasn't $40. So he was a little burned by a company that went out of business. Didn't know that. Oh, okay. He was just talking about his experience. Fine. That was a defining moment for me. Like I told you, over my first 3.5 years, I wanted to quit so many times. One of the greatest things that ever happened for me, and I don't know if you have this for you, but I had what they call the gift of desperation. Every time I wanted to quit, if you can relate to having the gift of desperation, put a 1 in the chat if you're watching online. Put a 1 in the chat. I'd like to see it. You have that gift? How many people in the room here have ever had the gift of desperation? You got to make it work. Some of you have the gift of inspiration. Great, wonderful. Me? The greatest thing that ever happened to me, because every time I wanted to quit, and I wanted to quit probably, it crossed my mind about 3 times a year. Every 3 or 4 months. I'd compare myself to somebody, or one of my organizations would fall apart, or people would quit and blame me, or something would happen, right? I'd feel inadequate. Comparison was a real tough one. Watching other people who started after me go right past me. In the compensation plan, they're up on stage at the company event, and I've been involved longer, and I still haven't figured this thing out. What the heck is wrong with me, right? The greatest gift I ever had is I didn't have anywhere to go. It was so great. I'm so grateful. It was like there was all these doors lined up. Door after door after door after door. And some of you have all these doors available to you. There's a bunch of ways you can make money. Bunch of ways you can take care of your family. You could be comfortable in any one of these doors. Mine were all locked. There's only one door that was open, network marketing, unless I wanted to go back to food service, waiting tables at Denny's. I could do that. That felt impossible. So one door was open, and it was the door that was meant to cause me to develop the most, and the other doors were closed over those 3.5 years. So then, fast forward just a little bit. I'm full-time, but struggling. Any of you have ever been full-time and struggling? Not making enough? Sucks. It's the worst. You have a pin. They gave you a pin at one of the conventions, right? Your people admire you, but you're not making enough to pay your bills. Or just barely. They expect you to pick up lunch every time you go to lunch because you're the upline. They expect you to be at every event, even if you don't have the dollars. So yeah, you got to do that, right? So I'm doing all that stuff, but I'm behind. And I was in a company where you needed 5 lines in order to be able to maximize the compensation plan. And I got the 5, and 2 of them fell apart. I mean, fell apart completely. I was able to sell and recruit, but duplication was a mystery for my first 3.5 years. The only duplication I had was the duplication I was doing. I was making it happen. And so it wasn't even really duplication, right? So bills are piling up, and my check it got damaged deeply by losing these two lines. And back then, we used to run ads in the local newspaper. And we'd run ads in the local newspaper, and people would call the help wanted ads, and we'd try to convert those into leads. What you would do on social media today, right? But back then, you'd run this ad. And I'd gone to a wedding in Nashville, Tennessee, and while I was there, I ran an ad. And in Minneapolis, where I lived, there's 50 people running an ad in the help wanted every single week for my company. So it was highly saturated. So you'd get 20, 30 calls a week. I ran an ad in Nashville. I got 400 calls. I was the only one. Okay, here's my idea. I'm going to pack up the little family. Got, 1 kid, married, 1 kid. And we're going to go to Nashville for 90 days. I'm going to leave my problems behind in Minneapolis. I'm going to go to Nashville, and I'm just going to rent an apartment, and I'm just going to run ads, and I'm going to build those 2 lines. And if I build those 2 lines back, then we're back, baby. Then everything's going to be great, right? So let's take the risk, jump off the cliff and grow wings. Let's go. I mean, so mind you, I'm already in financial trouble. And I've never, at that time, I was not good at managing drama in my personal life and business. I couldn't focus on both. So I decided to leave my problems in Minneapolis, go to Nashville. And I had this little condo, townhouse type thing in Minneapolis that had 7 floors. Every floor had 1 room. You walk in, you go downstairs to a walkout, upstairs to a living room, upstairs to a kitchen, over with a deck that overlooked a 1-car garage, and every bedroom's the rest of the way up. Okay, crazy little design. But we leave. I get in my mint green Pontiac 6000 with a trailer behind it, and I drive down to Nashville, Tennessee. We get the apartment, we run ads, and I go to work, right? And I forget everything. I don't forward the mail. So summer's over. I come back. And we drove back in 2 groups. My wife and her sister were driving back behind me because they were going to stop and see a friend. I was just going to drive back and bring the stuff back. I drive up to the house about 6 p.m. The sun's just starting to set. It's August. It's hot. And I go up to the front door and I realize there's something wrong because it's all dark. So what had happened is they turned the electricity off because I hadn't paid the bill. Inside the door, there was a stack of bills, red notices, orange notices, certified, notices that you need to fill out this postcard to get this certified letter, bank statements, all this stuff, big pile. But when I walked in, I got hit in the face like somebody had died in this house. So the electricity had been turned off for a month in August. And the refrigerator and the freezer were filled with food. And you could literally wipe your hand on the walls. It was on the walls. I don't know if you've ever smelled that smell. Oh. And I'm like, what am I going to do? So I call my brother and I said, will you come over? I got to clean this up before my family gets home. I'm not going to have a family. I don't even know if this is fixable. But he came over, and I want you to imagine there's a refrigerator right here, and there's a little deck. And on the other end of the deck, we put the garage pails, and we could drop stuff over the ledge to get it out. And opening the freezer for the first time, filled with meat, dripping, the worst smell you've ever smelled in your life, and I'm carrying it across the deck, dropping it into the garbage pails, coming back and forth, and probably my third or fourth trip, I had a moment, and the moment was, I am done. Today's the last day. I'm not going to be embarrassed like this ever again. I am finished. I was furious at me. So you know what I did? It's just awful, everything. My brother's cursing under his breath, trying to help. I went back to the freezer. I opened it up. I stuck my head in. I went to lock the smell in. Because I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not. This is the last day that I'm going to play small. I'm done with my excuses. I'm done with my problems. I'm done blaming other people. I am done. Period. End of story. Remember this smell. Remember this moment. This is the day that's going to change everything. I don't know how I'm going to do it, because I thought I was working hard and I thought I'd made a decision, but I hadn't really made a decision. And even that day, even though I drew a line in the sand, I didn't know what to do. Have you ever made a decision but you don't know what to do? That's a terrible thing. Like, I want to run, but there's fog in every direction. Which way do I run? I don't know where to run. Am I making the right decision? Am I doing the right thing? I don't know. I think I'm doing the right thing. I'm tired of this, I'll tell you that much. I still have PTSD over mail. I don't even look at mail today. Even all these years later, I don't open bills. I can't tell you the last time I looked at one, last time I paid one. I don't even deal with it. Still. So, enough. I've had it. I'm not living like that. Okay? So, fast forward. One more big story that was a defining moment that led me to the life-changing day. I lived in Minneapolis. And if you've heard any of these stories, just let this be kind of an overarching theme for you, okay? There's a journey. Like, if you watch The Lord of the Rings, that journey for the main character going through to be able to get to, to finish the quest. This was my little quest inside of network marketing. All these little things added up. I built my whole business on a Tuesday night opportunity meeting in a hotel, like the Hyatt or, Hilton or Embassy Suites or something. Tuesday night, Thursday night, Saturday morning. The opportunity meeting followed by a training on Saturday. And this was my whole business model. I would bring somebody to Tuesday night. I was professional at sitting with them and saying, isn't this something? Isn't this amazing? Introducing them to other people, letting them hear the presentation from people more powerful than me. If they signed up, fantastic. And there was a guy who ran the town. His name was Mike Nelson. And Mike was sharp. He was cross-line, but he ran a tight ship. The meetings were 45 minutes. They were really sharp. Music was tight, just enough chairs in the room for the amount of people. Air conditioning was taken care of. People were nice. Had people doing testimonials for 30 to 60 seconds at the end. It was really tight. It was great. I could build a business with this. And he left town. He went from Minneapolis to Indiana to go build with a new team for 90 days. And the meetings fell apart. And this was my whole method of building my business. This is my whole rhythm. I was kind of famous for always having at least one person at every one of these opportunity presentations. Okay? At Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And sometimes I'd have 3 or 4. Sometimes I'd have like 8. But most of the time it was 1 or 2. But every time. And that built my whole business. All right? The meetings fell apart when Mike left town. It started being run by a committee. And what used to take 45 minutes was now taking 2 hours. They set up 3 times as many chairs as there were people in the room, so everybody always felt awkward. The music in the room went away. Nobody was paying attention to air conditioning. It was too hot or it was too cold. The presentations were sloppy. People were mean at the registration desk. They forgot the name badges. The display started to look terrible. All this stuff. So I went to the committee and said, guys, can we tighten it up like Mike used to do it? Can we do that? Because my prospects don't want to come to 2 hours and they don't want to bring people. So my business is wrecked. And they're like, yeah, we'll think about it. We'll let you know. Oh. And then they canceled Thursday. They were going to do Tuesday and Saturday. And they were having discussions about maybe only doing Saturday. And they were having discussions about maybe twice a month. I could see it was going to go from 3 times a week to 2 times a week to 1 time a week to twice a month to once a month to done. Gone. Okay, prior to internet. Okay, this was our methodology to build a business. So I panicked. I didn't know what to do. So I decided, since they canceled Thursday, I was going to book a Thursday. I'll do it. I didn't have any money. So I went to the Embassy Suites, Minneapolis Embassy Suites, by the airport. Still there today. I went back to see the room. It was like, wow. I asked the catering manager, is there a meeting room? Yes. How many people would it hold? About 100. Can you show me? Show me the room. How much? For 10 days from now, 2 Thursdays from now. $200. I had like $218 in my bank account. Rent money. This was not extra money. I said, 200, huh? Yeah. Did it take a check? If you're, like you show me a business check, yes, but personal checks, no. Will you hold it? Yes. I went to the bank and got $10, $20 bills. Left myself with $18 in the bank account. I came back. I said, I'll take it. I remember handing the money over. My hands are shaking. And she's like, wow, this is a big thing. Yep. Hands shaking. Here, take it. I'll sign. And then I had to go do everything I was complaining about. So first, I had to learn how to do a presentation. I'd never done a presentation. I had to put the display together. I had to get name badges. I had to get markers. I had to get sign-in sheets. I had to make sure I made a music mix for pre-meeting music and post-meeting music. I had to get people who were going to help me with just enough chairs for people in the room, not too many. Somebody who's going to be taking care of air conditioning. And then my biggest problem was this. If I show up with 2 people like normal, it would be the most embarrassing thing ever. Me and 2 people in a room that holds 100 and I spent $200 for this? That can't happen. I went to the committee and said, hey, I want to do it Thursday. We said, we don't believe it's a good idea. We think it's too many meetings. We think people don't want to go to these meetings, so we're not going to support it. Lovely. So you know what I did? I called every single person I knew for 10 straight days. I made at least 200 phone calls every day while I was learning the presentation, while I was figuring out all the details, doing all the stuff. Every day, I called my family. If you love me, you'll be there. I called my friends. If you're my friend, you'll be there. I don't care if you join. I don't care if you buy. Your job is to sit there like it's my opening night and say, wow, isn't he something? That's my brother. Wow, isn't he something? That's my friend. That's your job. Show up, be on time, sit in the room, clap when I do something good, raise your hand when I raise my hand. That's your job. Then you can leave. Okay? So my very first meeting, I had about 50 people. My very first meeting of my life, okay? In my 20s, scared out of my mind. I'd prepared like crazy, but 200 phone calls a day. I had 50 people there. A lot of friends, a lot of family, a lot of prospects, very few on my group, in my team. And have you ever done an opportunity presentation live at a venue like that? Any of you ever done one? You know, old school, we'd circle the chairs up afterwards. Everybody'd take the chairs and they'd circle up with their guests, and they'd answer questions, and the presenters would walk around and they'd talk to everybody. My circle up was I had to do out in the hallway where they served breakfast at the Embassy Suites because there wasn't enough room. I had 18 people join my business that night at $5,000 each. $5,000. I think that month I made like $18,000. And I was like, I found my thing. I'm ready to go. I went back to the catering lady without my hands shaking the next time. I'll take it the next Thursday. I'll take the next Thursday. I'll take the next Thursday. And in about 3 or 4 weeks, the committee started coming over because my meetings were growing 50, 60, 80, 100. And they said, can we plug in? Yes, but I'm calling the shots. It's going to be tight. It's going to be 45 minutes. We're going to do it right. Right? Everybody's got to play nice. They said, okay. And then they said, do you want to take Tuesdays and Saturdays? I said, sure. No problem. That became my city. Right? Not that from ego. But I believe every city in the world has one person, really, for any company that is dominating in providing value to that city. I became that person. So here's what I got to tell you. Back to all of this. What would have happened if I wasn't in the room with powerful people when I was exposed to network marketing? I was so fortunate that I was. What would have happened if I would have burst into tears when I was on stage when I forgot the words to the song? And that became the thing in my brain to be terrified of getting up in front of people and being embarrassed. What would have happened? What would have happened if Wally Hilgenberg joined my team and went to work and I rested on his reputation? What if he was a lifetime builder? What would have happened if my electricity wasn't turned off? And pissed me off. Question my manhood, not being able to provide for my family. What would have happened if Mike Nelson never left town? If he would have stayed in Minneapolis running that town, I'd have been comfortable with my one or two people and have my little prestige of saying, wow, look at the kid. Isn't he consistent? He's such a good soldier. Michael leaving town was the best thing. It was necessary. Now, were there moments during my first 3.5 years where it was positive, influencing me? But let me tell you something. Positive will have an impact. Negative has a bigger impact. For me, on the journey. So here's what I want you to think about as we open this up, because look, every one of you has a story. Every one of you has a story. You could tell me 10 defining moments if you really thought about it. When somebody told you you were going to be nothing, when some ex minimized you, or some friend betrayed you or stabbed you in the back, or somebody quit and joined another company and told lies about you, or you built a team and you had to rebuild it over and over again. When am I going to get a break from rebuilding this team? I'm sick of it. I rebuilt my team 7 times in my first 3.5 years. 7. I'd build it up, it'd fall apart. Build it up, fall apart. Build it up, fall apart. Build it up, fall apart. All of you have this story. Are you using your life experience for you to be able to move forward or not, is my question. You know what the enemy of greatness is? What do you think? What's the enemy of greatness? Anybody? Put it in the chat. Doubt? Do you think that's the enemy of greatness? Complacency? Comfort, in my opinion. For so many of you, you know what's causing you not to do what you're capable of doing? Comfort. You're okay. You'll survive. You'll exist. It's fine. Your family's okay. You know what? You should just be grateful. Maybe I should just be grateful for what I have. Maybe I should stop striving for doing something more. Maybe I should listen to the people that tell me I should slow down. Maybe I should let the people who are trying to make me feel guilty for chasing my dream. Maybe I should listen to them. They care about me. Some of you are crawling compared to what you should be doing. Every one of you, in my opinion, you're here for a reason. I think you're a giant, my personal opinion. I think you're a giant. But some of you are playing like a mouse. Not judging, just encouraging. I wish for you less comfort. Some of you are like, man, that's a harsh wish. You ever see the movie Whiplash? Movie Whiplash, the drumming instructor. Tough band instructor, high-end school, throws a chair at the drummer's head. You're going fast, you're going slow. You're going fast, you're going slow. Brutal, tough, but toughness was required. I heard a story from Simon Sinek, who I admire. I really admire how he communicates things. And he said there was a bunch of military recruiters who came to a high school to present, what their opportunity was in their branch of the military here in the United States. Navy goes up and says, we're the Navy, we do this and we do that, and we're a great opportunity, and you can see the world, and really sells the Navy. Army guy comes up, says, that's all fine, but Army is good for this reason and this reason and this reason and this reason, this reason. Then the Marine. The Marine recruiter comes up. He does this. Nope. I don't think there's anybody in here that is capable of being a Marine, because it will require everything from you. It'll push you in ways you can't imagine. It'll cause you to do things that you never even thought possible. I don't think you have what it takes to be in my Marine Corps. If you think I'm wrong, I'll be in the back of the room. Who do you think had the longest line? The Marine. He wasn't selling. He was looking for a specific kind of person. Well, you know what I'm here to do this weekend? I'm looking for a specific kind of person. And some of you are meant to go to the top, and some of you aren't. I'm here to talk to the people who want to go to the top. I think there's 2 days in a career, 2 days in a life, a network marketer's life. The day they join and the day they decide to go pro. The day they decide, I'm going to the top, period. The day they decide, regardless of excuses, regardless of other outside influences, I'm burning the boats behind me. I'm blowing up the bridge behind me. There is no plan B. None. Zero. I only have one plan. That's to get to the top. I'm going to get to the top, and I'm going to teach other people how to do the same thing. I'm going to be a professional, period, end of story. This weekend is for that group, for people who are, and some of you might have made the decision. I thought I made that decision like 5 times in my first 3.5 years, but I didn't really. That decision for me was made June 10th. June 10th of 1991, at an event, sitting in the room and watching everybody go across stage again. And I said, you know what? And I made a decision. It was like there was a spotlight on my head. I made a decision. I'm going to become so good that they asked me to speak on that stage. I'm going to become so good that everybody wants to know how I did it. I'm going to become so good, not just in my head, because I was working full time, you understand? Not just in knowledge, but in application. I'm going to be so good at all of this. I'm going to let go of my expectations. I'm going to trade that for appreciation. I'm going to be grateful for what I have. I'm not going to expect anything from anybody else. I'm going to expect a lot from myself. And before, when I made the decision, when my electricity was turned off, I didn't know where to go. This time, the decision took on a different meaning, because my decision was to become a professional, to learn it, to become so good at what's necessary to build a big business here that people would want to join my team even if I didn't ask them. They'd hear about me and they'd want to join my team. People on my team would take more action because they trusted me. I'm going to learn it. And literally, I cannot tell you one person who spoke at that convention that I was in. I cannot tell you one talk. I cannot even tell you what was happening on any of the stage. I can't tell you anything. I don't remember any of it. What I remember was the decision and what I did after that decision. I went to be able to put together a playbook. What is the roadmap in order to be able to really do this right? And I asked and I interviewed, and I was like an investigator for the rest of the weekend to find out from the most successful people in the business what exactly they did. I found 6 things. I'm going to give you those 6 things. You've got to be able to master sales. You have to be able to master sales, not just in theory. And if with every one of these, I want you to think about a couple things. You have to learn it. And here's when we know you've learned it. Evidence. Show us the results, not head knowledge. You haven't learned it just because you understand it. You learn it when you're actually getting the results from doing it. Okay, there's a difference. Some of you think, well, I know this. Show me your sales then. 2, teach it. Well, I know how to teach it. I'm good at teaching it. Okay, show me their sales then. Show me the evidence. You're so good at teaching. Oh, well, those people are lazy. Okay, fine. Here's how we judge it. Results. And then third, you got to learn to teach. If you're going to have freedom and leverage, you got to teach your people to teach their people. So how do we know that you've done that? We have to look at your people's people. And are they selling? Learning, teaching to teach. All three of those things have to occur for mastery to show up. It's not just about you selling. Not in our business. That's just a job. So sales mastery. Okay, nothing happens unless we make a sale. Agreed, fine, done. Next, recruiting mastery. I was a recruiter my first 3.5 years, but I had no duplication. So guess what I needed to learn how to do? How to teach other people how to recruit. How to teach them to teach their people how to recruit. So I began searching for evidence in each one of these things. Third, big one, retention mastery. It's one thing to bring them in, it's another thing to keep them. We're not as good at keeping them as we are at bringing them in. We do a lot of damage to our business. We're going to talk about retention in the next session. We do a lot of damage to our business because we bring them in and we don't just take a few extra steps to keep them in a little bit longer. Retention mastery. Learn, teach. Next, duplication mastery. Can you figure out a system that you can create duplication within your organization? Systems, processes, problem solving. Can you diagnose where it's broken down in your organization, quickly go in and fix it so it gets back duplicating again? Duplication is very, very important if you're going to have leverage in our business. Number 5, presentation mastery. You want to really judge the quality of any organization? Show me how many great presenters are within that organization. Great. They can present. They could teach people to present. They could teach people to teach people to present. The number of presenters, like right now, good thing to think about, and we'll be asking these questions over the weekend. How many people on your team could you recommend to your company to do an opportunity presentation at your company convention? You'd be confident in them representing your entire team. How many do you have that could do that? Anybody willing to share? How many? 2? You've been around how long? 14 years. 2's not a good number. We got to grow that number. Who else willing to share? How many you have? About 20. Great. How much are you earning per year approximately? 200,000 a year? All right. So 20, 200,000. So if we want to get to 400,000, what do we need? How many more presenters do we need if it's the same number? Right? We need another 20. Can you affect that number? Yes. Can you improve as a presenter? Yes. I want you to think about all of these. How good are you at every one? Little scale of 1 to 10. How good are you at every one? And I want you to think in the filter of knowing it, and teaching people to teach it. You combine those 3. And the answer, you should base your answer based upon your actual results in your organization, not based upon your knowledge in your head. Knowledge in your head is cheap. The results is what gets paid. So, presentation, and then finally, leadership. Leadership mastery. Developing leaders. Teaching people to teach. At the end of the day, it's the number of leaders that you have on your team that are going to make the biggest difference. You need to have thickness of skills. You need to have thickness of leaders. Some of you, and I say this with love, you've built your business because you built a great brand. Some of you. Some of you built this business with the force of your own personality. It's all on you. You're a big personality. Some of the biggest checks in network marketing are built on a person's personality. It's not built on thickness of this. You got a lot of followers, not a lot of leaders. I'd like you to have both, right? People being developed, people developed, people developing others. Thickness. How many leaders do you have? Kind of first generation to you. How many second generation? How many third generation? How many fourth generation? That can operate with or without you, will operate with or without you. These are the questions. Okay? So I want you to pay attention to this because this playbook is what we're going through this whole weekend. Topic by topic by topic by topic by topic. Okay? You might look at this as a problem. Here's what I would tell you. My belief, the bigger the problem, the bigger the paycheck. You solve this problem, solve these problems, you make as much as you can imagine. You just solve the personal knowledge problem, you get personal income. You solve the teaching problem, you get leveraged income. You teach to teach, you get a completely different level of income. So I want you to be thinking about all of this differently. This isn't about just equipping you. This is equipping you to equip your team. This is teaching you to teach others. I want you to start thinking in terms of legacy, of impact, of purpose, of meaning, of vision, not just of income. Because income comes and goes. Would you agree? It comes and goes. Income will come, it'll go. You can blame it on some old company can change the compensation plan. No, it's not the company changed the compensation plan or they changed the product. No. You didn't have the leaders to hold it. You didn't have the skills in your organization to hold it. You didn't have the mindset in your organization necessary to withstand the storms that are definitely always going to come. So this is about preparation for battle. This is about preparation for greatness. This is about preparation for leverage, okay? So when you're taking notes, I want you to take them differently than maybe you've taken them before. I want to empower every person watching from home to become world class at these 6 topics, okay? And teach other people how to do the same thing. So we're going to do a quick breakout session. Call it a 20-minute breakout, just 20 minutes. So what I'd love you to do, those of you at home, we're going to break you into groups of about 6 to 8 people, somewhere like that. Whoever's the most beautiful in your group, they get to be the captain. Okay? The most gorgeous person gets to be the captain of your group. And just make sure that everybody gets to share. I want you to share 2 things. Just in general, on these 6 topics, rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 on all 6 overall. In learning, teaching, and teaching to teach. Rate yourself on 1 to 10 if you just took it all as one big skill set. And question number 2, what I want you to share with your group, and those of you here in this room, get into groups of like 6 people. And the ugliest person in the room, you get to be the captain. No, I'm just kidding. We'll go with the longest hair. Whoever has the longest hair in the room gets to be the captain, okay? Make sure everybody shares, how would your business change if you increased your proficiency and skill set on these 6 areas? How would your business change in the next 12, 24, 36 months, okay? So we're going to just take 20 minutes, and then when we come back, I'm going to go through retention. We're going to go deep on how to master retention, how you can do it, how you can teach it, how you can teach other people to teach it, okay? So 20 minutes, put it on the clock, get in a group, play like a pro, and 20 minutes will bring you right back, okay? Everybody go.
multiply. You give all you can give and live your life like it's a gift. If you wanna find your place, you got to leave your space. Cause that's the only way you're gonna elevate. Yeah, you gotta hold the line till it's showtime. Yeah, and just let your spirit shine. Well, sometimes there ain't no easy way to say all the things that we need to say. And we spend so much time looking for the easy road when all we need is right there in our soul. Say what good is life if all you do is hide? Oh yeah, you gotta shine your light for the world to see. And let everything be what it's gonna be. Yeah, listen to your voice and make up your choice. And just let your spirit shine. Well, sometimes there ain't no easy way to say all the things that we need to say. We spend so much time looking for the easy road when all we need is right there in our soul. You gotta let your, oh, you gotta let your, say you gotta let your, you gotta let your spirit, oh, you gotta let your, oh, you gotta let your spirit rise.
Weekend is gone. I'm far beyond my research. We took our surfboards down to the swell of wonder. 7 days in the deep sea. I'm free like a gypsy going wild. Weekend is gone, but I can't forget the feeling. How brave we were, beyond ourselves, joining forces.
Take me home to the sea where I feel alive. Always try to face fear, it's getting dark. See if child getting what I can do when I ride to the bus. I can stop the ocean, calls me back.
Waves in the deep sea, I'm free like a gypsy. 7 waves in the deep sea, I'm free like a gypsy. And wild. 7
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon. Up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it. Many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down. Will you find me? Hope you find me. I'll be back home soon. When the sun rises, when the sun
We're going to bang through it today. Bring the music down. Let's bring the music down. Let's bring the music down. Everybody find a seat. We're going to go right into it, okay? I want you to leave here with a notebook filled with ideas that help you make money, help you grow a business, help you teach other people to do the same thing, okay? So we're going to talk about retention. And before we do, I want to show you something. You'll learn more about this tomorrow. In this box, it's heavy, is everything that I've learned in 37 years on retention, on the subject of retention. Every challenge, every campaign, every script, every strategy, every idea on how to get customers to stay longer and how to get distributors to stay longer. Okay? So just file that away. This, if you see, there's a lot of stuff in there. In 37 years, you're going to collect a lot of things, right? That's everything that I know. And everything that I've observed, everything I've worked with, case studies of people who have done very, very well, exactly what they did to change their retention, all of that stuff is there in that box. But I'm going to go through and talk to you about this idea because in looking at this profession that I love so much, I told you I heard this training, the bigger the problem, the bigger the paycheck. You heard this before? Bigger the problem you can solve, the bigger the paycheck. For me, it's not as much about the paycheck anymore, but it is about contribution. It is about impact. So the bigger the problem we are able to solve, the bigger the impact we can have as a group. And our profession needs help in order to be able for us to go to where we should be. Okay? It needs significant help. And when I looked across, I have this unique perspective. Okay? I started as a distributor in '88. In next month, it'll be 38 years in this profession. I've been a $1 million earner for many, many years. I was owner, successful owner, sold my company to another publicly traded network marketing company. I've consulted with and worked with over 100 different network marketing companies around the world. I see it all from a unique perspective. I've been on the corporate side, been on the field side. I understand it from a very unique perspective, but I've also worked with the top earners. And from the top earners, success leaves clues. If you look closely enough, you're going to see, they do this really well, or they do this thing really well. So I try to collect it all. And when I look at the network marketing profession, here's what I see. We're pretty good at getting people involved. Involvement, right? Step one, somebody joins. They're involved. You throw that slide up, Sandy? They're involved. Yeah, we're good at this. We sign them up, sign a customer, sign a distributor. Next step, what do you think the next step is? Just to see if you can guess. Get them to be involved longer. Seriously. Dead serious. We need to get them involved longer. Just stay around a little longer, because then over time, what's going to happen? They're going to develop some skills. Eventually, if they hang around long enough, they're going to develop some skills. And some of them are going to become leaders. Not everybody, but some will. Okay? So we got to go from involvement to long-term involvement to skills to leadership. And what are we looking for in this progression? At some point, they make a decision. There's the day they joined, and then the day they decided to become a professional. They were going to go to the top. How many of you honest? Be honest. There's no shame in admitting that you haven't really made the decision yet. Okay, no shame. But if you're at home, put a 1 in the chat. If you've joined but you haven't really made the decision that you're absolutely non-negotiable, you're going to go to the top, put a 2 in the chat if you've made the decision. I'm going to go to the top. Period, end of story. I'm not negotiating. I'm done that. In the room, how many of you have made the second decision? You've had that second day. Okay, how many of you haven't had that second day, honestly? Fair. Took me 3.5 years. I thought I made it a whole bunch of times, but I didn't. But when I really made it, everything changed. When I burned the boats, I blew up the bridge, there was no plan B, I was done blaming, I made the decision. Now I want to ask you a question. Those at home, I want you to give me an answer. And those of you in the room, I want you to just think of your answer. How many months did it take for you to make the decision? How many months after you joined? You think about it, just try and get an estimate. 3.5 years, online 6, 5 years, 5 months, 30 months, 3 months, 4 months, less than a month. 4, look at the numbers here. I want you to pay attention, those of you in the room. Just watch the numbers. Okay? What would you think the average is so far? It's not a couple days. It's a reasonable period of time. So here in the room, some of you have been around for a while. How long did it take? Nuza, how long did it take you? How many? 3 months. 3 years. How about you? 12 years. Anybody else? 2, 3 years? 4 years? 3? 10 years? 2? A year? How much? 2 years? 2? How about you, Amy? 2 weeks. And here's what I will tell you to Amy and to anybody else who made a decision very fast. You've been annoyed at the rest of the world ever since that day. Like, what is the matter with these stupid people that don't see the obvious thing that I see, right? But you have this expectation that people are going to do it in 2 weeks. Look at this. Are they? Very rare. Very rare. So let's be generous and say it's a year. What's our job then? Our number one job? We have to keep them around for a year. At some level of involvement. They just have to be involved for lightning to strike, for the penny to drop, for the decision to be made. We just got to keep them close to the fire. We have to just keep them using the products, hanging out, friends with other people. They don't even need to be making that much money. They just need to be around. How many of you made your big decision? If you did it, those of you online, if you did it in this environment, I want you to, I'll put a number in the chat, but I'll say to everybody else, if you made your big decision at an event, put a 7 in the chat. And if you did it here in the room, raise your hands. If you made your big decision at an event. See the power of events? Some people made it without an event. Great. It was at an event for me. But look at all the 7s. Some of you made the decision because you had a product breakthrough for yourself personally, and you got emotionally bought in on the product. Some of you saw somebody else succeed, and that example was like, well, if they can do it, why can't I do it? Some of you just been crawling through this whole thing and just get sick of crawling. Like, for whatever reason, out of the blue, I'm done crawling. I'm just done. Or maybe somebody just emotionally punches you in the face about your decision to be involved, and that was enough to make you mad, and I'm going to show them. I don't know. But our job is to get them to stay, to make that decision. So we suck at that. We're really good at signing customers. We're really good at adding distributors. We're really good. We are not great at keeping people around. And we're also really good, and myself included, when I looked at this and said, okay, if I could wave a magic wand and change anything about network marketing and be part of the change, what would it be? It's retention. If we change retention, we change everything. Keep more people around, we take the pressure off this. This gets so much easier and so much more predictable, so much more light and fun. But big change has to happen in order for us to be able to make that change. I believe the biggest opportunity in network marketing is retention. Now, we're going to master all 6 of these, but the biggest opportunity, retention. So in your back office, or excuse me, in your dashboard, those of you at home, question number 1, how would you rate your current retention skill level, scale of 1 to 10? How would you rate your current retention skill level? Question number 2, what are the top 3 obstacles keeping you from being a 10? So those of you in the room, I just want you to maybe write those questions down and think about them at some point. How would you rate your retention skill level? And if anybody says, oh, I'm a 10, show me. I want to see this. Oh, but I only have 4 people, but I kept them around. Well, come on. We got to add some numbers to this. So how would you rate your current retention skill level? And I want you to be thinking about, in terms of results, yourself, keeping people around. How good are you at teaching it? How good are you at teaching people to teach it? All 3 on a scale of 1 to 10, right? And then what are the top 3 obstacles keeping you from getting there? So let's get into it. Back to our numbers. 100 million participants in network marketing. 200 billion annual revenue, 80 billion commissions, 200 million daily commissions. Humongous. Has any of you ever heard me do the how to recruit 20 people in 30 days training? Any of you? Most of you? When I go through those numbers, let me show you the numbers that I go through. If you recruit 20 people, okay, do you have 20 that are going to go build a business? No. 8 of them go into witness protection almost immediately. But you feel like you have 12. You have 12 people that are probably going to do this. Oh, amazing. Right? Do you have 12 new lines of business? No, you don't. But after 90 days, let's say this is immediately, right away, week 1 or whatever. After 90 days, you've lost 4 and you now have 8 after 90 days. You look like you got 8 lines. Pretty good. Do you have 8 lines? No. You keep going. After a year, you'll usually have around 4 people of the 20 that you recruited in a bunch. You'll have about 4 that are reasonably solid. And one of the 4 will be doing more than the other 3 combined. You'll have 1 star, 3 mediums, 16 blowouts. Right? What is this percentage? 4 into 20 in 1 year retention. Huh? 1/5, which is what in the percentage? 20%. Okay? I've never had anybody argue with these numbers. Has anybody of you ever recruited 20 people and these numbers turned into pretty close to average? Pretty close, right? Maybe you're better. Maybe you're worse. But and this is if you do it fast. If you recruit 20 people over 20 weeks, you're going to get a lower number. If you recruit 20 people in 30 days, you can expect generally to boil it down to like 4 people, one of them being a star, and the other 3 have the potential of maybe doing something. Okay? And do you really have 4? If you go 5 years, it'll be 2, like 10%. Okay, so what does that mean? 80% churn in year 1. 80%. 20% retention. So let me show you a mind-numbing statistic. Out of approximately 100 million participants in network marketing, about 80% of them quit every year. Every 80 million people quit every year. And when I say quit, they don't storm out and send a letter of resignation and say, take me out of your database. They're still there. They just go from active, bink, to inactive. Sometimes you call them, hey, you want to build a business? Oh, yeah, I'm good. But they don't order anymore. They're not qualified. They're not paying whatever it is to be eligible to do anything. They're one of those zeros in your back office that make you feel bad about yourself. It's like you're looking at, man, there's something wrong with me. Why is this so low? This sucks. I must suck. I'm terrible. Right? So this number, and guess what? A lot of people recycle. They quit one, but they don't quit network marketing. They go join another one. Then they do that for 15 minutes, and then they go join another one. They do that one for half an hour, and they go join another one over and over and over again. Sometimes it takes a while to find your home. I get it. I'd love it if you found one. It was a company that could last, you could believe in. You dig your heels in and decide you're going to be a long-term player. Fantastic. Wonderful. Doesn't always happen that way, but if it did, that would be optimal. Sometimes we're just not very good at making decisions. As far as, we joined a company that wasn't going to be here long-term. If you're going to have retention, you need to have a company that can support retention, right? The company needs to stay around. Not all the companies will. So, 80%. So, let's talk about why. Why do they go from active to inactive? Why do people quit? Because if we understand that, then we can, one is I want to raise your awareness here. This is not a problem. This is an opportunity. We already have flow. We have people coming into our organizations. We're just not really good at guiding them through the process so they can have a better experience and they stay around longer. This is a fixable thing. You can start fixing this immediately. 2026, your numbers can be completely different. It's not something that has to go out of your control. You can actually control this. Okay, so let's talk about why. Number one is the low price of entry. I talked about this already. If somebody comes in for $100 or $200, it's like taking the family to dinner and a movie. There's just not that much commitment. And when there's not that much commitment and it's hard, they go, oh, I'm going to go do something else. Remember all those doors? You got another door they could walk through. They didn't have the gift of desperation like me. So when there's a low price of entry and there's resistance, it's easy for a person to just go inactive. It's just flipping a little switch. It's not a big thing. Huge when you add quantity to it in your organization, but it's not a big individual thing, right? Number two, most people don't finish anything. Just human nature. Most people who buy a book don't finish the book. How many books have you bought that are unfinished in your home? A lot of them, right? Now, if you're a finisher, I've got half a dozen books that I'm partly into. You know, it's like, it depends on my mood, but I'll continue to go on whichever one I'm going to read. So most people don't finish. So when you add that to low price of entry, it's a deadly combination. Take a flaky person giving it a shot, add low price of entry, it's easy to walk away. Next, fear in all its forms. They join with hopes and dreams, and fear shows up. Fear of being embarrassed, fear of not knowing all the answers, fear of rejection, fear of the unknown. So when you add fear to a low price of entry, it's easier for people to quit than to stay and face the fear. A lot of our job is fear management and getting people to face their fears more consistently and frequently. The gift of desperation will help you with that. If you don't have the gift of desperation, you're already prestigious in your world. Fear of losing that prestige, fear of losing that social esteem from people that you respect, that will cause a lot of people to walk away. They just get one little criticism. It's just one little comment. Really? You joined network marketing? That's all it took. That one comment, they didn't even say nothing. They just went inactive. I'm not going to have that conversation again. I can't afford to lose my reputation. We think people are thinking way more about us than they're actually thinking about us. But fear is a big one. And then next one is low or no skills. What's the skill set of the people in your organization? What's the skill set of somebody who's been involved in your business for 60 days? Low. Do they know what to do? Not really. They know what to say? Not really. Do they have to figure this out? Not really. So you add that to low price of entry. This is a cocktail for, of course. Of course our retention isn't where it needs to be. But here's where the biggest part is. The biggest one, you add these things, of course, but the biggest one is this: expectations. This is on us. This is a self-inflicted wound. We have 20% retention because we sell it improperly. And we don't have to. This is fixable, right? We can help people understand low price of entry means you have the access to get involved, but that doesn't mean you should have an expectation to make a lot of money unless you put an investment of your energy in instead of your cash. For time. Think about the expectation of a person who starts a traditional small business. How many of you have started a traditional small business that was a substantive effort? Any of you outside of network marketing? What was your expectation to get to break even? How long to break even on your business? I'm sorry? 5 years? 3 years? 2 years? 4 years? Anybody else? 3 years? 5 years? 2 years? This is normal. In network marketing, if they're not making money in 90 days, it's the end of the world. They haven't given that much time, but they've given this tiny investment too, right? But we set the expectation, come on in, because guess what? Building a network marketing business is easy. So, those of you at home, put a 1 in the chat if you think building a network marketing business is easy. Put a 2 in the chat if it's hard. Those of you in the room, raise your hand if it's easy. Raise your hand if it's hard. It's hard. It's not just work, it's work. This might be one of the hardest entrepreneurial endeavors I've ever been a part of. Well, it is for sure. For me, but for a lot of other people. This is emotional. This is personal. This will push you. This will challenge you. This will demand of you in every possible direction. So look at all the 2s. Kim says it's simple. Let's talk about that in a second. Because we're in love with our phrases. We love our phrases. It's not easy, but it's simple. So let's talk about hard, easy for a second. We all just acknowledge it's hard. The next time you sit with a prospect, what impression do you give them? Hard or easy? Be honest. Easy. The impression you give is easy. It is not hard. You're afraid to tell them the truth. You sugarcoat it. You minimize the hard. You minimize the effort. You're the opposite of that Marine saying, I don't know if you're made for this. You're like, oh, you can do it, and I'll help you, and you just plug into the system, and you don't have to do anything, and it's only $100, and easy, 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 easy. They get involved. They try it for 2 weeks. They go, this isn't easy. And because their expectation is not met, then they leave. And by leave, they turn inactive. So let's talk about simple. We love our phrases, our rhymey little things. We got little rhymey things. So simple. All right. Let's play a game. Put a 1 in the chat, those of you at home, if it's simple. Put a 2 in the chat if it can be complicated. Be honest. Oh, yeah, so simple. Anybody here in the room think it's simple? Anybody? It ain't simple. Anybody tells me simple? Fine, show me your check. I want to see your check. So simple, how many six-figure earners do you have? If it's so simple, how much money are you making? If it's so simple, how many people came to your convention as a percentage of all the distributors on your team? If it's so simple, how much duplication is going on? If it's so simple, how many leaders do you have? So simple, how many presentations are happening today, formally, in your organization around the world? If it's so simple, why is there so much drama within all the people on your team? If it's so simple, it ain't simple. It looks simple, and it kind of is until you add people to it. On paper, it just goes off the chart, off the page. But when you add people, okay. So it's hard and it's complicated. Oh, that's a different conversation. Huh. If you have that conversation with people, which is more credible? It's challenging. There's a lot to figure out, but it's worth it. Or it's easy and it's simple. Come on. We're in love with this stuff. We know it's not, and then we turn around and we sell a completely different thing. We tell people the product sells itself. We tell people everybody wins. And the reason why people leave, here's the number one reason, and I've polled the world. You know what the number one reason why people go inactive? They thought it would be easier. That's it. They thought it would be easier. They thought the product would sell easier. They thought people would at least take a look. They thought people would at least respect them enough to review the opportunity. They thought the people who joined would stay around for more than 3 days. We oversell the product. We oversell the opportunity. We oversell simplicity. We oversell duplication. We tell people, we talk about time freedom and financial freedom, but here's the thing, you don't get to have any time freedom and financial freedom for quite a while. And some of you still don't have it. You have a job, you have an income, you have a self-employed situation where you're making money from your effort. Pull you out, you don't really have a business. Many of you don't have a business. You have an income, which is great. Congratulations. I'm happy you have a network marketing income. I want you to have a business. And here's how you judge. Because some of you have a Some of you have an income, some of you have a business. Some of you have a business that is not dependent on you at all. Some of you have a business that is dependent on you. And what I mean by that is your personality, your force of your personality, your strength, your power, your charisma, your leadership, your vision. Everybody's following you, Pied Piper, right? Jesse Lee Ward. Everybody's like, go, 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 go. Then Jesse Lee leaves us. What happens? Oh. Okay. So here's what I want to ask you. It's a little formula. Like if I was coaching you one-on-one, here's what I want to know. What percentage of your check in November came from your team completely on their own, not counting you? If it pulled you out and you moved to Mars and you were out of touch, out of reach, and you're on Mars for a year, you're gone, disconnected. What percentage of your check would come from your team? Those of you at home, what percent come from your team? Not from you, just from your team. 80%, wonderful. 50%, 75%, 55%. Yeah, what'd you say, 80? Yeah, after 12 years, 80. 25? Anybody else? 25? How about you? What percentage of your income last month came from your team? 50. 70? Anybody? 99. Do we have any 99? How many 99s do we have? Look around. These are keep your hands up. These are the businesses, not just the incomes, right? 99, that's the goal. I want to get you all to 99. Now, where your productivity, your sales, your recruiting is just kind of an example to the team, it's not necessary. You don't need it to make money, right? Some of it's you holding the team together. So the income might, if you really pulled you out, you might lose. Even you 99s, if you took 2 months off and you did not talk to a single person, your 99 would drop. Or your income would drop. It'd still be 99, but your income would drop because part of that is your charisma, your leadership. You know what I mean? You're necessary in that case. But what I want to do is take you, if you're a 0, and show you how to get to 99. And then you might fluctuate from 99 to 70 to 99 to 70, and you kind of go through that in different phases of your career. And if you think through your career, you've probably been through that up and down several times in that phrase. Or you might have gone, some of you had a company blow up on you and you went to 0 and you had to start all the way over. Some of you lost half of your team and your check went to 50% of your check and you had to rebuild it, and the rebuild was all you. And the team did what it did, but you had to rebuild what you lost. Fine. But I want you to just think about the value of this, okay? Now, here's why retention is such a big deal. And it's not, one, we have to get people to stay long enough to make a decision. We all agree on that, right? If we say it's an average of a person taking a year or so to make a decision, we got to get them to hang around for a year. They don't need to make any money. They're just using the product. They're showing up on a Zoom, coming to an event, make a little bit here and there. We just need to keep them around. Maybe the community, maybe friendships. I would give you a bunch of strategies that you can use in order to be able to increase retention, okay? Let's say you are in a small town of 1,000 people, okay? Nobody involved in network marketing. And, well, let's just take the 400 people in this room that are here in person. And you all live in a small town. And what's your name, sir? Huh? George. I got George. George decides to join a network marketing company. And he goes, and what's your name, sir? Ray. George goes to Ray and says, Ray, I got this product. Let me tell you how unbelievable it is. And he oversells the product. Okay? George and Ray, yes? And he says, you should join as a distributor too. We can go all the other people in town and we can tell them about this amazing product. So George goes to Ray, and then they talk to these first 2 rows. And everybody joins because they think there's a great opportunity. And they oversell them. There's a low price of entry. They tell them it's easy. They tell them it's simple. Everybody's winning. Product sells itself. Okay? And now 80% of these people go inactive within 90 days. Okay? So let's say there's 20, we got 4, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 people. Out of this town of 400 have joined this company. Anybody ever live in a small town? How long is it going to take for everybody in the town to know that 18 people joined this company? 5 minutes. And especially if they're making crazy claims. Oh, did you hear? These guys. Now, let's say 4 of them stay, 14 of them go inactive. How do the 14 inactive impact the rest of the town? How many do you think they would impact negatively? Maybe not all, but 100 at least. 100 have been damaged from people who joined for 5 minutes with false expectations. And now there's another 80 that won't even look. Okay? Now, what if instead you properly sold the product and everybody raved about the product? The product over-delivered so tremendously well that everybody's like, you say what you want. This product's unreal. I love this product. You know, I'm going to keep buying this product. I don't even care if there's an opportunity. This product's amazing. You know, I didn't want to sell, but I'm using the product. Then you're still okay in the town because people are going to hear about, well, why is that product so good? You're still using that product? Oh, what's the results? Oh, look, you look better. What are you doing different? Well, I told you I started taking this product. You know, Ray hooked me up on this product. I love it. Right? So if the product delivers to the customer over time, the reputation of that organization is going to be fine. But we oversell the product. Would you agree? Especially brand new people, oversell the product. Maybe sell too much. People end up with too much. And then when they quit, did they take responsibility? These 14 take responsibility? No. They say this thing doesn't work. George and Ray hooked me up on this thing. I lost $100. This feels stupid. Right? Now, Tina on the other side of town joined another network marketing company. And she starts talking to a few friends who talk to a few friends. She's in health and wellness, and they're in some service. And now she gets 20 people to join. 14 of them go inactive. Infect the next 100. Right? Now everybody's talking about everything in this town. Everybody's like, did you see Tina? She's in business. Wow. Small towns can be brutal. My grandfather lived in a very small town in Nebraska, and he ran a cafe, the one cafe in town. There was a cafe and there's the bowling alley. And he ran the cafe, and he got super annoyed at the farmers because he would give the farmers unlimited coffee for a nickel. 5 cents for a coffee. And they'd sit all day in his cafeteria and drink coffee and get refills and wouldn't buy any food. They'd bring their own lunches and have a 5-cent coffee all day. And he finally decided he was going to raise it to 10 cents. The whole town boycotted the cafe. They all went to the bowling alley for 10 cents. Now, take 14 people that spent $100. It might as well be $100,000 infected in town. Now take another person that's joined a third company. You wonder why there's a reputation issue in network marketing? It's because of retention, and it's because of what we do and how we oversell it. If people have an outstanding experience, would it be better that these 14 people don't join than join and quit? What would be better for the town? Better that they don't join than join and quit. Better that they just become a customer once. Try it out. If they like it, fantastic. If they don't, no harm, no foul. But if you oversell it, you poison the well. And you impact other people's opinions. So here's what's happened. There's now, 7 billion people in the world. How many of them have heard a story about somebody who joined for 15 minutes and it didn't work out? If you wonder why people are giving you resistance, you've got to be like that Marine a little bit. And don't sell quite as hard. I'm not saying don't recruit. Obviously recruit. Obviously sell. But when it comes to the recruiting side, I'd rather you get somebody to make a commitment. I'm going to be around I'm going to commit to a year. Even if I'm casually involved, I'm going to commit to a year. I'm going to stay active, qualified for a year. I'm going to be around. I'm going to try and learn this over the course of a year versus come here and then poison the well afterwards. Does that sounds counterintuitive, doesn't it? Against everything you've done in your culture. We're like, got to go get the next one. Got to go get the next one. Got to go get the next one. Well, if the next one creates a problem for us, we've got to be able to figure this out together. So I had a mentor of mine early, and I didn't understand it. It took me a long time to understand it. He said, in a casual moment, after the meeting after the meeting, we're sitting and having a soft drink in the lobby of the hotel, and he says, after everybody left, you want to know the secret to building an empire? I'm like, yes, please. Tell me the secret. He said, here it is. Get the people on your team to stay around a little bit longer. I'm like, what? He said, yeah, that's it. Get them to stay around 90 more days. That's the secret to building an empire. I'm like, are you joking with me? That can't be the secret. You got to develop skills, right? You got to be leader, right? You got to be a charismatic leader. You got to be presenters. You got to do all this stuff. I'm trying to learn all these skills. He said, yes, but no, those things don't matter if people don't stay around. So your whole job is to get them to stay 90 more days. And I said, okay, fine, Mr. Big Shot. What do I do after 90 days? He said, you get them to stay another 90 days. That is your job. 90 more days. You got to get people to stay till March 1st. And then you got to get people to stay until the kids get out of school. And then you got to get them to stay until the kids go back in school through the summer. And then you got to get them to stay through the holidays. And it's just kicking the can down the road. Get them to stay, get them to stay, get them to stay, get them to stay. Because if you can do that, you buy time. Okay? Buying time for a person to make a decision. They're not going to make it right away. We already agreed on that. It's very rare for somebody to make a decision right away. It's going to take some time. So we have to buy that time. How do we do that? Let's talk about it. Again, we're trying to buy time from the day that they join to the day they decide that they're going to be a pro. And if you're a great leader, you can help them make that decision. You want to get them to the decision to go pro. So some of you have heard me talk about the concept of over the line. I'll just share it with you because this is really, if I was just trying to simplify it, from a distributor point of view. Okay? You sign up a distributor. And person joins your business. There's automatically a line. On one side of the line, it's easier to stay and build a business. On the other side of the line, it's easier to quit. Okay? This line exists. What you're trying to do is get people to this side and keep them there. You need to be the person holding them over to that side. And it doesn't take much to get somebody to stay. but it needs to be conscious. It needs to be built in. It needs to be part of your systems. It needs to be part of your mindset. We kind of walk away. We say plug into the system, or I'll see you on the Zoom, or there's some steps that we can take that increase their chances of staying, but we have to get them over the line and keep them over the line. I just want you to understand this concept. So what are some things that would get a person over the line? Would having a good product experience help? Yeah. Well, you need to kind of be involved in that. You need to make sure that they're using the product. You need to make sure that they're using it as recommended. You need to make sure that they get it out of the box. You got to make sure that they open up the package. Think about how many things you've bought that you've never opened that are in your house right now. How many things have you bought that are in a closet, in a laundry room, in the cupboard in the kitchen? You never even opened it. You intended to at some point. In your bathroom, under the sink, stuff that you're like, oh, that looks like a good idea. Never opened. Same thing happens in our business. Do you know, for almost all of you, approximately half of all of your customers haven't opened the box? Half of all of your service customers haven't used the service? Half. And what happens when you have that number and it comes time to reorder? They don't. Why would they reorder? They still got the first order that they had. They didn't use the service last time, so why would they renew the service? You got to get them to start, right? So if they sign up a customer, will that help? Sure. If they recruited, now they got a customer. Now they have a little business. Oh, I got a business. I got a customer. It helps. Can you help them sign up a customer? Find their easiest. Focus on easy. If I'm working with somebody, I want to help them find their easiest one, because everything I do, will getting a product result buy me some time? Yes. Will it buy me a year? Probably not. Probably not. Not active as a distributor. They might stay active as a customer, but not active as a distributor. If they sign up one customer, will that buy me a week? Probably. Will it buy me a month? Maybe. Will it buy me 6 months? Probably not. One customer? Probably not. But it'll add to it. If they sign a distributor, depends on what that distributor does. If they sign a distributor, the distributor immediately quits, it probably moves them over to the line to quit. Oh, this doesn't work. I thought they would stay for sure. If they're quitting, maybe I should quit. Right? It impacts them. So signing a distributor. Earning a commission. Let me give you a crazy statistic. Okay? And all the statistics I'm giving you are kind of general statistics of the profession. A lot of them are proprietary. I can't give you sources, but I'm telling you that they are generally true for across the entire profession. If a person signs up in their first 90 days, they sign up as a distributor. In their first 90 days, they don't earn any commissions. Okay? If they haven't earned $1, nothing from the company, the average retention from that person will be about 20%. If they haven't earned any money, they joined as a distributor. Okay? They haven't earned any money, 20%, which means within 90 days, you'll have lost 80% already. Gone from active to inactive in 90 days. So this is not a 1 year thing. It's a 90-day thing. Okay? However, if they earn just $1 from your company, $1, in their first 90 days, retention goes from 20% to 74%. 20 to 74. Do you know what that does to your organization? Now, here's my question for you. Is there a way that you can show somebody how to earn $1 from your company? What's the easiest way that you can do to help that person earn the dollar? The easiest way you can do to get that to happen, do that. Bake that into your getting started process. Bake that into your system. Don't walk away from that new recruit until they've earned, you help them earn that dollar, because that's going to take you to 74% 90-day retention. Compound that for 5 years. You bought some time, because if they earn $1, they're likely to earn another one, and then another, and then another, and start to build some confidence and some momentum. If they proclaim themselves, here's what I mean by that. If they tell everybody that they joined your company, and you can actually proclaim a person. So for them, if I talk to Rachel and she joins my business, and I'm like, congratulations, Rachel, I'm really excited for you. She said, yeah, I'm excited too. I said, what's your vision? What do you see? Oh, I see big things. I said, I'm gonna do really good in this business, I think. I think so too. Is it okay if I post on social that you joined the team and you're gonna do some big things? She says, yeah, sure. I can now say, hey, I want to introduce you to Rachel, and she says she's going to go to the top. I totally believe that she's going to go to the top. I tag her. I take her best photo from her profile. I tag her. Now her entire world sees that she joined my company. Will that buy me some time? Not forever, but I'm just trying to get a week here, 2 weeks there, 3 weeks here, something. But if now her world is blowing her up, hey, you joined this company, really? Now she's out there, and she gave me permission to do it. If I ask her to do it on her own, she probably won't. Not right away, but I can. I say, hey, let's just jump on Zoom real quick, and let me just ask you 5 questions as to why you joined. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make a little 5-minute video, and I post that on social. Here's 5 reasons why Rachel joined this business. Now, all the people that come from leads from that, I just created a tool that she can send out to her friends that tells the story easier than she could. See what I mean? So how many of these things can you bake in? So making friends. If I introduce you to somebody else in the business and you become friends, having a friend will buy you time for sure. So your job is to introduce as many people as you can to as many people as you can. Hey, come to this thing because I want to introduce you. I've been telling these other people about you. Setting up little chats and little group talks and people getting together socially and coffee, and let's have lunch and let's talk about our strategy for December. Oh, okay. And now they're hanging around with other positive people. But you got to manage all this stuff. This stuff seems like it's casual, but it's very, very serious. Getting them connected so they know where to get questions answered. Success stories will help. Did success stories help you? Hearing other people succeed with your company and your products and your business, it helped you. Well, if you tell more success stories, it's going to help them. And again, we're trying to push this line, get people over the line. Getting recognized, recognition. Did you know you can recognize people just for joining? You can recognize people for attending their first event, their first Zoom. Mary, hey, I just wanted everybody welcome Mary. Mary, welcome to your very first. This is Mary's very first team Zoom. Everybody put some love in the chat for Mary. And Mary's like, oh, wow. Hi, everybody. Oh, nice to meet you. Mary's now attended 3 Zooms, everybody. This is her first in-person event. I introduced her around to everybody. Guess what? She achieved this. Guess what? She got this product result. Guess what? She signed her first customer. Guess what? She got her first commission check for Mary. Remember your first check? Show her some love for getting her first check. She made her first rank advancement. She registered for the convention. You could recognize her for every tiny little thing. She made a list. It doesn't take much. People don't get that much love out in the marketplace or much recognition. They really don't. Hot market support. If they get support from their close friends and family, you can show them how to do that. Team support. They get plugged in and realize that there's a lot of things that they can do. and they can access company support connected to all the different tools and events and systems, trainings. If they get educated, will that help? If they get educated about your product and feel more and more proud about it, if they get educated, if they start to develop some skills, skills are so big. And for me, my first skill that I learned was how to tell my story. And that was really emphasized when I joined, learning how to tell your story in like less than 2 minutes. I learned how to tell my story. And just that. But I went from not knowing what to say when I talked to a prospect to just immediately saying, can I tell you my story? And they say, sure. And I tell my story in 2 minutes, and it opened up all the rapport and everything else got easier. Okay. Attending events, huge contests or trips, rank advancements. Overall, if their expectations were met or exceeded, they're likely to stay. You could add to this list. This is just a sample list. But if you do these things, right, this is going to buy you time. You got to push on it. You got to lean on it. If they start coming this way, which is natural, this is gravity goes this way. You got to whoa. Reconnect them, do something, help them get a result. You're just trying to buy another 90 days, another 90 days, another 90 days, another 90 days. Now what's on the other side that makes it easier to quit? The opposite of all these things. No results, no customers, no distributors, no commissions. They didn't tell anybody, no friends, no connection, no stories, no recognition, no support, no events, no belief, no skills. And which one is more likely left to its own? The easier to quit. It's more likely. The easier to stay needs to be intentional. You've got to take charge of this. If you don't take charge of this, you can expect to have low retention, high churn, and this revolving door that makes things very, very difficult. I want you to understand your involvement is magical. Your involvement as a leader. Because again, what are we trying to do? You need to learn this because whatever your retention is going to tend to duplicate, right? Probably at a lower level than even what you achieve. So you've got to become amazing. How high can you get your first year retention for a new distributor? Right now, on average, across the profession, it's about 20%. I don't know what your number is, but it's about 20%. Can you get yours to 40? Can you get yours to 60? Once you make this list, what are the things that work best in your company in order to be able to get the best retention? Could you get it to 80? Could you get it to 90? Could you you guys have done a lot of innovation when it comes to selling and recruiting. You have brought almost zero innovation when it comes to retention. Have you even really mapped it out? Probably not. This needs to be intentional. Will you close this gap? I just want to tell you how much pressure you take off your business. It is just enormous, the pressure that you take off. But you need to be involved, okay? You need to bring your wisdom, your innovation, and you need to really pay attention to what works. And here's what I'll tell you about over the line. The line never fully goes away. It doesn't go away. It stays there for your career. If somebody gets to your core rank and they're making $300 a month, okay? Is that going to keep them for 5 years? What if they stay at that rank? Now, they might stay active, okay? That doesn't mean they're building. Let that sink in for a moment. They might stay active because they're getting a check. That doesn't mean they're building. What we want to do is grow the number of builders, not the number of check earners. Those aren't the people who are growing your business. They're just collecting a check. So many. How many people? And you'd be frightened. How many people are just check collectors in your team versus actively working to build your business? So what I want you to pay attention to is we need to increase the duration of involvement for people who aren't getting a check until they do, but we need to increase the activity of the people who are getting a check. So they're actively engaged in growing instead of just collecting. They're like, no, I'm active. I got my business. I'm good. Well, you're not going to grow anything with that. You got a bunch of people just sitting there. So some of you wonder, why? Why do I only have 4% of my team come to the company convention? Why? So confusing. Well, because 4% of my active team, that's all that comes. Well, they're not active builders. They're active earners. It's your job to convert them into active builders. You see what I'm saying? There's a million strategies in there. In that box, there's 50 different strategies, challenges, campaigns, case studies, ways to take inventory of your team, figure out how to reactivate, how to re-inspire, how to plant a bigger vision, how to encourage them. Some of them just get tired of building because they're dealing with the retention thing as well. So they just say, I'm tired of replacing. They get 10 people on their team, they lose 8. They add another 10, they lose 8. They add another 10, they lose 8. And they're like, can I ever slow down? Yeah, you have to increase retention in order to be able to do that. Then you can slow down. Until then, you just have a job. Replace. So you know, and you can tell very, very easily. You go through your back office, take a look at the activity of their personal productivity in your back office of your earners. That'll tell you how many you actually have that you can work with as builders. We want to grow that number. Okay? Smaller than you think, but they're very, very powerful. These are the people that are creating the $200 billion in sales. Okay? The rest are kind of, tax collectors, kind of. You want to buy time for people to just stay longer. Let's talk about customer retention. Customer retention. Customer retention is a different game. Distributor retention is important. The reason why I want to spend a little bit of time on distributor retention is because you can actively, you can change the results of this very fast. Very, very fast. Now, some of you are going to be tempted to try and go back and change every person that's ever joined your business back to day one. That's a hard project. It's worth doing maybe once a year. Reach out to every single person on your team and just say, hey, you joined for a reason. We're going to do some big things in 2026. Would you like to do it? Maybe there's circumstance change. Once a year, take inventory. Once a year. Like, you want to do this once a year, but not every day. Most of the time when people show you who they are, believe them, right? Other times you can improve, and small improvements, big, big results. So let's talk about customer retention. Here's this game's about. Increasing the average revenue per customer. And I would encourage you to ask your company for this reporting on a personal distributorship level. What is your average revenue per customer? Lifetime revenue. So what does it cost? What does the average person spend on your product in an order? $100. Okay. So what I would want to know, what is the average for your team of the total amount that a customer pays? Is it $300? Is it $500? Is it $700? Is it $1,000? This number is far lower than you'd like to admit. On average, it's like 2.5 orders. 2.5. Not 20. Lifetime. 2.5. Most people order once, and then we kind of leave them alone. We don't help that second order, and then that third order, and then that fourth order. Why? Because we didn't really onboard them effectively. So our job is, let's say your number is, your average lifetime revenue per customer is $500, let's say. Okay? And 500 would be a good, healthy number, I think, if you take a look at network marketing as a whole, $500. That means for every customer that joins, you can count on average, $500 happening over the course of their lifetime, which means there's going to be a start, there's going to be a middle, and there's going to be a time that they stop. Because customer retention is true in every business. Netflix loses 2% of its entire customer base every month. 2%. Stop subscribing to Netflix. Okay? They spend $44 billion a year to support that product. You know what they bring in revenue? $40 billion. They spend $44 billion. Great business, huh? They lose 2% every single month. So I don't know what your number is, what you're going to lose, but it's going to be a number. Theirs is at $15 a month, not $100. If Netflix was $100 a month, what do you think their drop-off would be on a monthly basis? Higher than 2%, yes? Quite a bit higher than 2%. Might be 10 every month. But now they have a machine that markets and sells more than they're losing, like many of you do. You've got a machine to be able to bring in more customers. You know, there's some people, you're going to hear from one in about 20 minutes that's going to show you his customer auto ship numbers just grow up and to the right. Okay, that's happening for several reasons. Reason number one, the customer has to have a great experience. If you have a product where the customer doesn't have a great experience, it's very, very difficult, if not impossible, to sustain. Right? Can you just understand why? You just keep replacing and replacing and replacing and replacing. But if they have an outstanding experience, if they enjoy it, if it was nice, if it was frictionless, it was fun, it over-delivered on their expectation, then they're likely to stay a little bit longer. But I'm very loyal to some companies and some brands, and I haven't ordered from them in a year or 2 years, but when I'm ready, I will go back and order from them. So you have to create a great experience. So if we want to increase the average for each one, so let's say yours is 500 right now, and we want to take it to 600 or 700 or 800. You know, some are going to be long-term customers. They've been customers for 15 years. Some of them were a one-time customer, but you're still going to end up with an average. So let me give you quick training, and I don't have time to go into all these. Every one of these things is its own training. Okay, but I'm going to give you probably 20 points. Ready? And you can take a picture of the slide when it's built. You don't have to take each one. I'll show you all of them. One, for customer retention. You're part of the experience. If George, right? If George sells a product in this small town, if George brings extra value in that sale, in other words, he's a coach, he's a consultant, he's a friend to that person, if he brings value to that product offering, that makes it nicer and cleaner and something different than what he can order online or at some big box store. There's a personal involvement. Your involvement matters if you want to increase retention. Create a product experience. Create a service experience, not just a sale. It matters. Staying in communication. If you stay in communication with a customer, your chances of getting another order goes up. Your chances of them using the product goes up. Their chances of them getting a different product goes up. Setting product expectations. Let's say there's common things that happen with your product. Let's say it takes 10 days for your product to arrive. You need to tell them it's going to take 10 days. Let's say some people experience bloating and cramping or something from some gastrointestinal product. Well, you got to explain that to people. And if that happens, do this. And it's only 5% of the time it happens, but if it happens, here's the solution to it. Tell them before it happens, right? Tell them about the taste. Tell them about the service. If some of you are in service businesses, and you might be able to compare your service to some other service that's available on the internet. You might want to set the expectation that we don't always win on price. Not 100% of the time, but we win most of the time. And these other things that we do plus me gives you a net benefit. Instead of them having the expectation, you told me I was going to always have a better price, and this was one proof that I didn't, and they're spending time trying to find this proof to prove you wrong. Eliminating friction. Anytime you can take away friction. If you, as part of the solution, some of you, most of you, have online ordering experiences that are reasonably awful for the customer. Too many clicks, too many steps, too confusing. It's kind of built for distributors, not really built for customers. This is common. It's everywhere. But I will just encourage you, take charge. If yours is not frictionless and super clean, take charge and say, let me help you. Build a shopping cart. Send it to them. And I mean, walk them through the process. Let me help you with that. Let me take care of that. Let me just do it for you right now. Give me your credit card. I'll enter it for you right now. Take away friction. Anytime you can take away friction, you'll get another order. You need to become their VIP concierge in addition. Now, this all adds up. It might seem annoying. This is like the company should be doing this. This is kind of a customer service thing. Or the company's website should be better. Work with what you have. Okay? But take charge of it. Because you're trying to impact the average revenue per customer. To expand their order. When they're ordering this thing, the most successful upsell campaign in the history of mankind was, would you like fries with that? 40% increase in global sales from that one question. Would you like fries with that? So if somebody orders something, don't just be so happy to get the order you want to run away. Start making some recommendations. Here's what I will tell you. Since you got this, if you added this product to it, people get amazing results. And you're going to say, okay, add it. Because they're already in the process of buying. So offer the next thing. Suggest the next thing. You're trying to increase long-term value. Try this sample. Try this extra thing. We have this expensive version. I don't know if you're that type of person. Would you like to try that as well? Give them choices and options. A lot of times people will join for one reason as a customer. They'll stay for a completely different product. They joined for one product. They stayed for a different one. But if they never try it because you never suggest it, you don't get a chance to get to that spot. Fast onboarding. As soon as they get their product, help them open it up as quick as possible. Help them open up that product. And I'll give you just a quick suggestion. If I'm talking with Jeff's my buddy, and let's say we're selling a shake or something, some protein shake. Jeff's fit. He wants to do it. I know he got his product. He just got his first product. One is just he got his product. Hope he uses it. And he's fit, so he probably has a bunch of other products too. My product hasn't fit into his life yet. He's probably not just desperately waiting in the mail for the product to show up. It's one of another 50 boxes that probably showed up at your house and will show up between now and Christmas with all the Amazon boxes that are showing up. It's going to get lost in the shuffle, probably, right? So if I call up Jeff and say, hey, Jeff, did you get the product? Hold on, let me check. I got to look through all of Debbie's boxes. Yep, it's here. All right, cool. Have you opened it? Nope. Well, do you have a couple minutes right now? Yep. All right, I'm going to FaceTime you. I FaceTime Jeff. Hi, Jeff. What's up, man? Take me to the product. Walk me over to it. Okay, open up the box. pull out the canister, take the top off, pull off the little seal thing. You have a blender? Yeah, all right. Take me over to the blender. Put some water in. Take 2 scoops of the stuff. Do you have some stuff that you want to put in on top of it? Do you have creatine? Add your creatine, whatever else you want to add. Throw some ice cubes in it. How thick do you want to make it? All right, put the top on. Make the shake. All right, take the thing off. Taste it. Let me tell you, how does it taste? Tastes delicious? Fantastic. Can this thing be part of your daily routine? Are you a once a day shake guy or twice a day? When do you do your first one? Right when you wake up? All right, so where do you go in the kitchen first when you get up in the morning? To the coffee maker. So would you do me a favor? Just for the next 7 days, put the blender right next to the coffee maker. All right, perfect. And put the product right next to the blender. Don't put it in the cupboard. All right? Have it right there before you can grab your coffee cup. Fair? And here's what I want you to do. And when do you take the second one? Usually in the evening? All right, so is it before dinner or after dinner? Before the dinner half the time? All right, for your dinner. All right, so for the dinner. So again, similar spot probably, but not coffee in the evening. So here's what I want to challenge you. I want you to just take this shake twice a day for the next 7 days without missing a single day. Okay? And then I want you to tell me how you feel 7 days later. Got it? All right, fantastic. Enjoy. Let me know the process. If you have any before and afters, if you want to weigh yourself or anything else now, and let me know how you're feeling in your workouts, what kind of energy you have, all that stuff, and we'll talk in a week. All right? Yeah. See you, brother. Bye. Right? So it's just, I'm done. But it took me 5 minutes. It was very personal, and I tried to insert it into his life. Some of you need to have a product needs to go next to somebody's toothbrush. Somebody you need to have a product needs to go in their nightstand because they take it before they go to bed. You need to insert it into their life, but that needs to be part of the process, the value add. See what I'm saying? So take that versus, I talked to Pedro, and I signed him up and I sent him the product and I never even call. One, excellent chance he didn't open it right away. 2, he's certainly not going to be using the same way that Jeff is. 3, when it comes time to reorder, he probably has plenty left. So he's questioning, why do I need another one? Because I already have a month's supply. See what I mean? 4, I kind of forgot about him. So he feels a little abandoned. You promised all this, you were really nice when you were signing me up and then you just disappeared. See what I mean? Little things, big results. So fast onboarding. Creating their aha moment. So where they go, wow, this product's amazing. Where they'll start talking about it to their friends. Challenging them. Challenge them to use the product. Some people have products that you don't feel the difference for 3 months. Well, you need to tell them. You're not feeling that, you probably won't feel the difference for 3 months. You might, but most people don't feel the difference for 3 months. But after 3 months, that's when you really feel it. Just saying that, if that's true, will that buy you 90 more days? Probably. Sure. If you tell them, oh, you're going to feel this in the first 72 hours, and they don't, you're going to lose them. Make it part of their life. Challenge them. Celebrate every win. If they get results, reward loyalty. If they reorder, can you do something? You send them a card. Can you just say, hey, send them a text. Hey, I saw you reordered. Congratulations. Well done. You're different than other people. You're serious about changing your life. Great work. Connect them to community of other users, a lot of times your products are kind of mission driven. They're part of a culture. You know what I mean? Like you're this type of a person, or you're a that type of a person. And the product users themselves are part of the community. Like Apple does some genius things. Like, have you ever done a group text and there's one person in the group text that's an Android person? So annoying. Turns the whole chat from blue to green. You can't share photos the same. I have one of my brothers, I want to kick him out of it every single time. Like, will you please? You know, connect people to the community. If it's about holistic health, if it's about, you know, some people are clean water, some people are fashion, some people are travel, some people are whatever, health and beauty. There's a tribe kind of connected to it. So you can impact that. Continuous education. If I drip on Jeff and I continue to tell him how smart he is and how great this product is, here's another clinical report, here's another way, here's another recipe. Could I send him a recipe with a shake, a different recipe every month or once a week even? Here's another recipe. Try it. It's unbelievable. It's amazing. You know, whether it's a shake, it's a tea, it's whatever. Could you make recommendations on how to best use your travel benefits? Could you make a recommendation on how to best use this? Could you recommend an obscure product that you love but it's not one of your main products once somebody orders to be able to expand their knowledge of what it is that you have to offer? Support the reorder process, cross-selling opportunities, generate referrals, even upgrade people to distributor. All this stuff happens, but you are an active part of this. Videos, clinical studies, reports, magazines, articles, press, anything you send somebody to make them feel smart. The goal here is to increase average revenue per customer. So if you want to take a picture of that slide, goal is to increase the average revenue per customer. That's our goal. And this is just, I mean, there's 50 different challenges you could do to increase product retention, customer retention. You know, there's campaigns that you can use. There's scripts that you can use. There's systems that you can build in, worksheets that you can use, ways to track it. Because you can do a beta test and have 10 people on your team that are doing this and 10 people that aren't and compare. See what's the results between the two. This one has an average customer revenue of 900. The people without it have 300. Wow, that's a big difference over time. Can you take a 300 and turn it into 900? You really can. Build it into their life. Might not even be monthly. They might order, you know, there's stuff that I don't order. Like some of you guys in the fragrance business, you know, I'm a 1 fragrance a year guy, maybe 2. But I'm a good buyer. I'll buy the expensive stuff. I know what I like. I'm willing to try different things. You know, so it doesn't have to be like every month in order for it to be a good customer. It just needs to stay connected. So we are excellent at justifying bad retention. We're so good at it. I've trained justifications on bad retention. Some will, some won't, so what? That's what we say. Some will, some won't, so what? We just let those 16 out of 20 walk away without even a fight. We don't even put up a fight. You need to fight to get them to stay. Fight for them until they can understand it. You got to get to that decision. That's the biggest thing. Make up in numbers what you lack in skill. Just keep bringing in more and more. Eventually something will stick. Hey, I'm guilty of all of these. Don't send your ducks to Eagle School. It's an old Jim Rohn one. Good people aren't developed, they're found. That's what we used to say. You know, you're looking for eagles and you're recruiting ducks. You know, some of them are just going to be ducks. There's tourists. I've called them tourists, people who come and they go. We're great at justifying this stuff. Here's one of our favorites. Every business has bad retention. We're just not special. We're not the only one. Real estate has bad retention. Insurance has bad retention. Every sales environment has bad retention. We're just the same as the rest of the world. Well, but we don't have to be, damn it. We don't. We have something that's so good that it's worth fighting for. And the only thing we have to fight for is time. They don't have to make money to stay around. Do you understand? They don't have to be full-time to stay around. We can buy time just to be in the community, part of the mission, part of the vision, part of the culture, part of the tribe, part of the friends, part of the positive environment, having good results themselves, being connected and just being grateful for the relationship with the person. Do you have somebody that sells you something in your life that you just smile because they're kind of part of your life? When you need something about in their category, you know that they're going to take care of you? That's what we need to be. We solve this, guess what? Skills. We buy time for people to get skilled. We buy time for people to become leaders. We buy time for people to become presenters. We buy time for people to earn more and more and more. Maybe go part-time, maybe go full-time, maybe come back. They started, they stopped, and start again. So let me show you the difference in numbers. If you have 20% year one retention, assume 100 people per year join the team. Check this out. You start with 100 on your team. In year one, 20% stay. So just follow this chart under the 100. In year one, 20% stay. And approximately 60%. Once they stay for year one, about 60% of that group will stay for year two. And about 60% of that group will stay for year three. Okay, general numbers. So 100 turns into 20, turns into 12, turns into 7. So in year one, you've got 20. After year one, you added 100, you've got 120. After year two, you have 12 plus 20 plus another new 100, you have 132. Year three, you have 7 plus 12 plus 20 plus 100, total of 139. Is this making sense? So you have essentially what? 6%, 7% growth year over year? Something like that? Not outrageous, not crazy. Sometimes we add more than we lose, but this is with 20%. Let's see what happens if we just change year one from 20% to 40%. Is that a reasonable goal? This one was 139. You ended up after year three. If you turn the 20% into 40%, you go from, what was it? What was the bottom? 139? So you go from 139 to 178 just by increasing, instead of 2 out of 10 staying, 4 out of 10 staying around. They don't have to have a high level of success, just active. Just 4 out of 10. So you got 178 instead of 139. Take a look at if you take year one as 60%, which is doable. Every one of you can do this. If you do it and teach people to teach it, you now have 218. You have, which would you like? 139 or 218? 218, obviously. Now, some of you are living under an illusion that your retention is fine because your check's going up. Okay? Some of you have been around long enough to have experienced a few of these peak seasons. So my retention's fine because my customers are going up. Well, don't get it twisted. Most of you are still experiencing the same retention, but you're in a growth period. You had 100 this year. You added 200 next year. You added 400 the year after that. The same retention's underneath all of it, but it looks like growth. Or you got people who blew out and didn't have success with another company and they came to your company, right? So you have some acquisition of leadership and growth and skills and all that stuff, and that masks it too. But really, I'm asking you to look underneath the hood to see what your numbers are, because if you have 100 this year, then 200, and then 400 growing, and you close the gap in retention, you build not only a great reputation within all the cities and countries that you're in, but you build predictable, comfortable growth, month over month income that continues to grow. You know what I've found people are happiest in network marketing? When this month is just a little better than last month. It doesn't need to be a lot better, just better. If it was $100, next month was $120, the month after that was $140, fine. You know, if it was $1,000, the next month was $1,400, okay. Month after that was $1,900, all right. But if it goes $2,000 down to $500, everybody's like, oh, all bets are off. I'm not happy now anymore. So understanding these numbers is going to make a difference for you. One more thing. Let me show you that involvement chart again. Our goal is to start with involvement, turn it into long-term involvement, buy time to develop skills, buy time to develop leaders, and the ultimate goal is to build a business that lasts, that you can count on, okay? This gap is so big that small differences will make huge results. A 5% increase in your retention will result in about a 25% increase in your check. Just 5% increase in retention. Take it from 20 to 25 and compound that for the next 5 years, change everything. Little tiny things, and you can actually control all this. So back to our six skill sets. We talked about retention first. We're going to be walking through the rest. But I want you to be thinking about all this because we're going to go deep. Like I say, in there, I'll let you know more about that later. But inside that box, every single thing I know about retention, every case study, everything, I'll let you know how to be able to get access to that tomorrow. But we have a gentleman who's number one with his company. Company's growing very, very successfully. He has incredible retention and long-term, very predictable. He's going to come out and he's going to share with you how he achieved it, how it feels to have great retention within an organization, and what that means for the stability and growth for an overall business, okay? So do me a favor, give a big GoPro welcome to Marco Pazzanante. Marco.
First of all, I want to say a big thank you to Marina and Eric, because I think the last decade, they're the people who've been the most loud and proud about this industry. Or what do you think? And I appreciate that, and I respect that, I admire that. And the reason it means so much to me when you see people like them being loud and proud about this industry is because I started 22 years ago. I'm 42 now, I was 20 years old. And I grew up with a single mother, a bartender, and I grew up to be a very insecure young boy. Very cocky. There was a mask because I was so insecure. And I was 20 years old and saw network marketing, went to my first event, and there I met one of the successful leaders who actually invited me to his home. And he was the first one in my life, of course, that introduced me to personal development. But it was the first time in my life that sat down with me and told me I could do big things with my life. Sharing that if you're willing to work on yourself and build some skills that anybody can learn in this profession, you could really take control and charge of your life. And I wanted to believe him, but the thing was that he pushed me hard the first month, like you heard Eric talked about before, right? So he was that somebody for that needing somebody. And that became a passion for me in this industry over all these years, being that special person for those needing people. And I'm talking about retention here, and I want to give you a couple of steps that how we're focused on retention, but also how I want to control the growth. Because I think for you as a person as well, retention is as much humanity as it is strategy. If you want to keep your people over time, I'm talking to winning long term. I'm talking to keep your people around, even being there for them maybe during the tough times, because it's as much humanity as strategy. And I think that's one of my biggest secrets, why if you look at building it to last, and if you look at my graph, this is my active Autoship customers in my business. So it's 9 years and 3.5 months, and now 120,000 active. Of course, everybody's thinking, how can we increase retention, right? It's not like it was easy. You see the first years, I mean, it grew every year for a decade now almost. And I still look at how can we increase retention, of course. But I want to share today little things we have done to win long term. The winters when it was a little stagnant, how was the focus? And that's what I want to share today. So I'm going to talk about increasing retention in your customers, increase retention in your distributors, but also one thing, how can you retain a warm heart? How can you retain belief in people over time, even when they tend to disappoint us sometimes? How many in here has been disappointed by people in your team or upline or other people? It happens, right? And when we look at the mindset, how we start creating that growth, of course, how can we retain one? How can we build it? Building it and get up there with a high rank and sustain it, different ballgame. Different ballgame. So if I look at the mindset, if it's to be, it's up to me. That was from day one when I started. I was a soccer player, and when you do sports at a high level, you just show up every day. You get it done, right? It's not about how I feel. We just show up and get it done every day. And in this business, what I realized early, it's hard, but what we need to do is simple steps. Meaning, if you look at it, the 6 habits he taught me, my first mentor, that I implement and I still have today to control my growth. Invite, present, follow up. Number 4, who am I helping winning right now? If I have nobody, number 4, I go back to invite, present, follow up. Invite, present, follow up. And invite, present, follow up. Invite, the gateway skill to get results here, right? If you go do it a couple of thousand times, no matter online, offline, how you want to do it, you can become really good at it. And when you're good at invite, present, follow up, focus on helping other people reach their goals. And then next one is promoting next event. And number 6 is personal development, making sure I grow every day. So the mindset was always, if it's up to me, I have to create the growth, because everybody here signs up. Everybody signs up at 0, just like Margaret, right? You started, day 1 was you. You signed up, you got your page, and it was you and nothing else. No customers, no distributors. Like for everybody in here. That means I have to get the ball rolling. I have to take the action. I have to make something happen to create it. But once it's here today, still today. If it's to be, it's up to me. Retention, Eric shared about, right? Big business losing 2-3% or 2 to 3 per month in retention. I mean, even if my curve looked very good, losing people like everybody else. But every day, every week, I show up and okay, how can I control the growth? How can I control the next wave? And always the mindset, not getting complacent. Who's next? Where's my class of 2026? Right now, I'm looking for my class of 2026. The people you have today took you here, but it won't take you to the promised land, whatever that may mean for you. So every day, are you showing up? What are you doing? I want you to ask yourself, what am I doing every day? 2 questions I ask myself every day. 1, what did I do today to grow? Because I need to be better. I work on myself every day. I need to be much better. And I want to be better. And the reason I want to be better, what keeps me hungry, is I know when you're good at this industry, you're so powerful because you can be that special person for needing somebody. You can, by your example, help them believe bigger. You can, by being there, pushing and helping and serving them, help them take the steps to get closer to their dreams as well. It's powerful what you do. Don't underestimate, and remember, if I sign up Jeff, he's not a number, he's a human being. I'm there to serve him, to help him. He has to do the work. If he succeeds or not, it's up to him. But I'm giving the steps. And it's my job to launch him correctly, build that relationship, see what his dreams are, and serve his goals. You serve enough people to their goals, you just win automatically. And when you're focused on other people, it never gets boring. People who are self-centered, you're the one. I was coached by John C. Maxwell a decade ago, and he said, egotistical leaders, they're the one losing motivation the most because they always see what they lack. It's me, 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 me. But he said, people who are focused on other people, serving people, they don't lose motivation the same way because it's always that newest person who needs it, who wants to make this happen. And when you build network marketing from your heart that way, you will win long term. And that increases retention the most you can ever see. So it's about how to equip Jeff. He starts today. How do I equip him? Meaning, I have to launch him. You should have, I hope you have, simple steps, ABC, not your strategy plan. This is how I launch him, boom, boom, boom. But I'm there because I want you to see as he's new today, and if this floor is tilting, like Eric gives example sometimes, day one, he's sliding towards the exit, right? So we have to create those small victories, as Eric does awesome trainings on. But the visual should be this. If it's sliding, I want to be the person. The first weeks with Jeff, I stand behind him. He's sliding, boom, I'm stopping him. Help him see it. Help him believe a little bigger. Push him to do stuff that he normally wouldn't do. So that's what I mean with being that person as well in the beginning, where when they're sliding, I'm there, hold him in the beginning. Of course, after a while, he needs to be independent, and of course, I cannot carry him all the way, but in the beginning, at least I'm there, pushing him, giving him confidence, raising the belief, almost forcing him to go to the events, forcing him to read the books, forcing him to take action. And that's a leader, getting people to do what they normally wouldn't do. So how are you equipping your people? Because people with low retention, they focus just on enrolling people. You want to be a person, a top leader in your company, you should be focused on equipping people, not just recruiting people. And that's why who's next? Who's your next leader? Who's the next class of 2026? And it's easy to be complacent once you hit a good rank. I mean, with 120,000 active autoships, I'll have a very nice income, even if I wouldn't do anything, right? Because that's active autoships. It's not just who was in my business. But I'm on it every day. I'm on it every day. And this is my focus, to control growth. I want to give you some kind of strategy as well. You want to build wide and deep, you heard, right? My whole philosophy is this. How do I control the growth? I want to have 4 lines chasing me. 4 lines chasing me, meaning I'm signing up 4 people. I'm the one, the shield, right? Driving them to action, helping them get going. And then all of a sudden, one of them hits a little rank and gets up and have a team. And all of a sudden, the problem stops with this person. Now this person took the line away from me. Even if I'm in their business, working every now and then, they are the one driving it. The problems stop with them. Now I have 3. Now I have to recruit again. Now I go look for who's next to replace that person who became independent. So I'm building it wide by sponsoring a lot of people, creating a lot of leadership, and build it wide but in depth, right, to support my people. But building it wide, what does that give me? Security. Too often I see leaders, when we go through their business, they have 2-3 people, which is 90% of their business. Now you're so vulnerable. Because things happen in life. Anything can happen. So that's why it's also for me to have control and to increase retention of my growth. I want to retain growth. I want to retain a business that's going the right direction, because in business and life, it will be like this. Sometimes it's like this. In this room, some of you are ahead. Some of you are behind. I've been behind many times. The only thing I did when I was behind, I kept showing up every day. I kept showing up every day. I just write my to-do list the day before, the day after, I attack my to-do list. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Let's trust the process. Bring process and patience and serving people. The problem today is we want a result for a job we haven't done. If you want real lasting success, you have to deserve it long enough until you get it. It's not you do a 90-day run once and think after that you arrived. It's about showing up every day, taking control. I mean, I had one of my Italian business was growing very quick a few years ago and it was going well. My main leader, he got sick, he died. So kind of that whole Italian business went down. Imagine if my whole business just was relying on this person. What would have happened? That's not taking responsibility. That's not taking charge of my future. If it's to be, it's up to me. And I show that by what I do every day. And I do the 6 habits every day. Invite, present, follow up. Invite, present, follow up. Who am I focusing on and serving right now to create victories? Promoting next event. And then personal developments, I get better. Because the better I become, the better I become at helping other people. And then just because many ask us, how can you have so many customers per distributor, which we have a good ratio? 2 things. 1, we talk about it in the launch with a new person. So we focus on it. So step 1, when somebody starts, what do? 10 customers, 2 distributors. So we focus on it from day 1. That's why we have a lot of customers, because we focus on it from day 1. If you're not focused on customers, that is like Starbucks would only sell franchisees. So I walk into a Starbucks, they're not selling coffee, just want to have me buy franchisees. Now there's 10,000 franchisees, only people top make all the money because there's no customers buying coffee. That's not a sustainable business. So we focus on customers from day 1. Then of course we educate them to increase. So no matter your service or product, too often, also in my team, also me being sloppy sometimes with that. I sign up a customer, good, enjoy the product, and then I focus on building the business and stuff. Educate your customers. Why should they stay on your product or keep using your service? You should know for yourself, why should somebody stay on my product or service? It's a question you should have good answer to. Why? I went deep in my mindset with my own, to really learn my product services with my company. I focused on going deep on science, products, science, and then I wrote down, why am I doing people a favor when I talk to them about my product? Same with the company. Why am I doing them a favor when I'm talking about my company? Why should they work with me? This is questions you should go a little deeper on, because it will change a lot. It will change how you express, the feeling you express when you talk to that news person. Why should somebody use your product service? Why do I do them a favor when I talk about working with me, with my company, so you can express the right feeling when talking to people? And then one thing as well that I always focus on. I know people here or everybody online, we want to go to the top. Some of you are behind, some of you feel stuck. And you want to go to the top. And hopefully, or in one way, if you get lucky, you sign up 2 or 3 people and you go to the top. I think that's very unfortunate. Because going to the top is one thing, but when you keep working on yourself, it's different when you grow to the top. So many just want to start in the back of your annual convention team. You're sitting in the back, you just want to walk straight up to the front. I'm going to go to the front. But if you want to go up there, sustain it, you want to focus on growing to the top, not going. Yes, you have to go do the action every day, but if you do it without the growth, you often end up there self-sabotaging. So that's why enjoy the process. Greatness takes time, my friend. And at some point, maybe you made a decision, you want to build this business. I was 20 years old. Oh, I want to build this business. I was involved for 2 years. Then I was out for 2 years. January 2009, I made a decision, this is going to be my career path. This is what I'm going to do. And I think there I made a real decision, but something had to happen in my life to make the real decision. I don't know what has to happen in your life for you to make the real decision to stay committed, to show up every day over next years, to grow into a person who can go up there but stay there as well. 1 year before I made that decision, 24th of December 2007, I got a phone call from an ex-girlfriend I've been together for 5 years. And she was crying. She said, I'm hysterical. I'm like, what's happened? Jessica, what's happening? She's like, it's Ula. Ula was my best friend. He died yesterday. He shot himself. And I remember, I was outside a supermarket with the car keys, and when she said, he's dead, he shot himself yesterday. The keys, I dropped the keys on the floor. I was like, that was the toughest moment in my life until then. But those next few months after that, I cried myself to bed every single night. Many sleepless nights, but I woke up every day. I still went to my work. I went to my soccer practice. It was blurry for a couple of months. And I think this is one of the biggest gifts in my life. Why? Because he suffered mental health issues. That's why he shot himself. And I think that's my biggest passion, driver, why human beings mean so much to me. I just want to be a force for good in this world, share with my heart with the world, do good things with good intentions. So because of that happened, I told myself, I cannot always decide how long I'm going to live, but every day I can decide how much I'm going to live. I'm going to go out and take this life with a total different energy. I'm going to attack it. I'm going to live it. I'm going to have passion. I'm going to find something I can have purpose doing. That's why 1 year later, when I made a decision, this is going to be my career path. You can sit here after this weekend, I'm excited, I'm going to build this. Yeah, but the question is when life comes and hits you in the face, what are you going to do 3 weeks from now? Because life will hit in the face. That's how life works. It's not what you can do when you're leaving here. It's what are you going to do 2 weeks from now? When people you thought your main leader leave the company, can you suck it up and just say, I'm going to go, I keep going. I'm going to keep growing. Yes, now they're out. I'm down 48% the last year, but I'm going to keep growing. I'm going to keep going. Because you're focused on serving people, there's no limits to what you can create here. As Zig Ziglar always said, just help enough people get what they want, and you will automatically get what you want. So what are you doing when nobody's watching? Again, if you're self-centered, me, you lose motivation too often. Take the eyes from you, focus on the other person, and remember that retention is as much, at least, humanity as it is strategy. Thank you very much.
Pete's going to come up in just a minute. Have a seat. Going to come up in just a minute and give you a few things before we go to our lunch break. But how many people have at least 2 pages of notes? Yeah? Good? Are you thinking a little different? I want you to think a little different than maybe you've thought in a different trainings in the past. I want you to be thinking about how you're going to be approaching this, how you're going to go into every single area of mastery and absolutely smash it. To learn it yourself, up your game, to teach it, and to teach people to teach it. And we're going to be going section by section. We've got Daniel G. is in the house. He's backstage. Let him know that you're here. He's coming on this afternoon when we talk about the sales section. We got Russell Brunson, who's coming up tomorrow, and Russell's going to absolutely smash it. I will tell everybody at home that are watching, we're streaming on some social platforms, get a ticket for $3. Join us for the rest of the weekend. Join us for as much of it as you can participate in. I will tell everybody, all the people who are watching online, if you stay to the end of today, no matter where you are in the world, there's going to be a gift for you just for showing up free. And same thing tomorrow. If you stay to the end of the day tomorrow, there's going to be a free gift for everybody at home. Whether it's a $3 ticket or VIP ticket or anything else, just if you're half of this game is getting to do what? Stay a little longer, right? You want to get our customers to stay longer. We want to get our distributors to stay longer. I want you to stay longer. Some people can't make it through 3 days. You know, some of you are having screen withdrawal right now. You know, you're home watching. I'm watching. But my daughter is like super anti-technology with the kids and stuff, but she's now a 2 or 3 screen person. If she turns on a movie, it's moving too slow. She's got to have another screen going on. So all of us have been a little programmed to be kind of existing in our screens versus being present and letting this stuff soak in. Really let it soak in, okay? This is a time to reset your head, to really prepare yourself. This year, we got to close strong. Guess when 2026 starts? Right now. Right now. It's what you do now that's you can literally, in the next 30 days, you can double the productivity of 2026 based upon what you do in December. Really, no kidding. If you start the year with momentum instead of waiting for later, changes everything. So you met Pete earlier. I would just tell you something about this guy. Get to know him. He's very, very smart on the ability to positively influence groups, to bring mission and vision into practical reality. That's why he's here to help us. He's here to help you. We want you to leave here and absolutely go smash it. So bring Pete Vargas back up to the stage, and I'll let him wrap up the morning session. Come on up, Pete.
Give it up for Eric. Hey, listen, this is the only thing I ask of I'm going to be 5 minutes and then we're going to lunch. The in-person, the at home, anytime we bring anybody on this stage. I called my friend Russell Brunson a couple of days ago, said, can you be here? How many of y'all know Russell? The best in the world at selling one-to-many online. He said, I'll be in the studio. Daniel's here. Marina's going to be speaking. We got powerful lineup. The energy in this room sets the tone across the world. I don't want you to forget that. Here's the thing I want you to write down here, and at home I want to see it in the chat. What was your biggest takeaway from the morning? Singular. One thing. One thing. What is that? And at home I want to see it in the chat. I want to see it in the chat. Your biggest takeaway for you. And here's the problem with takeaways. If you don't know what you're going to do with it, it doesn't matter. Just because somebody said something clever, if you can't do something with whatever it was, it's not a good takeaway. A takeaway means I'm going to take it away and do something with it. Not, oh, that quote was so cute. What is that takeaway? Somebody told me after every half of a day, if you will have one takeaway and take it away and do something with it, it'll change your life. Now, $150 million in revenues in my own business later, it was a pretty good practical piece of advice. That's my own businesses. So I want you to get clear on your takeaway that you're going to do something with. Cool? Hey, second thing, online, to the people where this is streaming all across the world, it's been an incredible morning and it's only going to continue to get better. But we're cutting off the stream in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. You can get a general admission ticket for $3. $3. I bet you a lot of you spent that on Amazon this morning. Like $3. But I'm going to encourage you to go to GoPro 2025 to actually get the VIP, which is $97 because you get the recordings, you get the interactivity, you get the breakout sessions. I'm going to see you on the screens. Go to GoPro 2025. Do not be cheap. $3, put a little skin in the game, and stay with us for the next 2.5 days. All of those that have done the $3, right now is your time to go and actually get the VIP. Anybody who gets the VIP, and I'm gonna give this to everybody in the room. We have a digital course that's called Communicate to Convert. How do you use communication to convert more people? It's a $500 course. Anybody who gets VIP or has gotten VIP, I'm gonna gift that Communicate to Convert course completely for free. It will help you convert more people every time words come out of your mouth. And everybody in the room gets that for free. Anything I tell them, you get too. So go to GoPro 2025 and upgrade to the VIP. Last thing for the room and at home. I asked Eric to, one of the signature things we do with every event I do is we want to actually do something special, a private session for the top performers. For the top performers. Who in here or online, and online I want you to write 250K plus, who in here this year will do $250,000 in revenues for yourself? Let me see your hands by show of hands. Raise your hands up high. I want you, hey, by the way, this is who I'd be eating lunch with. Hi. Who online is doing 250K plus? Online, put 250K plus. Adrian, Guy, Holly. Sunday online, you're gonna get to sign up right now in your portal. Do not lie. Let's not be liars, okay? You're gonna get to sign up. We're hosting a breakfast here on Sunday at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. for the high performers, because Eric's gonna share some secrets with them that are specific to where they're at in their journey. So that's 8 a.m. to 8:45. Online, you need to click the button to sign up for the breakfast. We'll also be delivering it virtual as well. Cool? Good first half of the day, everybody? Yeah. Let me hear that again. Good first half of the day? Cool. It's only going to get better. We will be back here in the room in 1 hour. See you guys soon.